Hey guys, sorry, it's a minute. Catching up on stuff. Thank you. So we got Michelle Troconis. Day 11. So it's getting good, it's getting hot, it's getting intense. Guys, remember she just got done with her first interview with the police, which didn't really do anything for her. I mean, oh boy, wasn't very good. But it's not over yet because the state still has to prove it. But we'll see what happens here with day 11, and we'll get started from there, guys. So, yeah. So, Nico says his name is Tom Honks. I forgot I left my stream on. You scared the shit out of me. Oh, when I yelled at the prosecutors? Yeah, well, that happens. That happens sometimes. So, guys, I'm going to get Rumble up in a second, so bear with me, but it'll get started shortly. So here we go. Dale. Oh, this is day 10. Oh, no, wrong day. Fox 61. I like these better than Law and Crime anyway. I like the better than Law and Crime anyway, so.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. Here we
bring the jury out, please. Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few matters to address. If you have noticed, you will notice that the courtroom is fairly warm, and the court does not know what the temperature is in the deliberation room, but if it becomes too warm or too cold, just indicate to the court that the temperature needs to be adjusted. Secondly, because we are going to hear more video evidence today, what the court intends to do is take a break every 60 minutes rather than taking the regular breaks at 11:15 and 3:15. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
That's pretty good because, yes, watching video kills people, so that's not a bad idea by the judge. That's not a bad idea at all.
We have one on that, Your Honor.
Morning. You may be seated. Thank you. Dr. Kimble.
I'm John Kimble. I'm a cop, you idiots.
Are we ready, Attorney Felton?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One moment, please. I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Detective Kimble.
Morning, sir.
Detective Kimble, where we left off yesterday, you had testified that you had an opportunity to interview the defendant subsequent to June 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What date did you interview the defendant?
It'll be June 6th, 2019.
And between June 2nd, 2019 and June 6th, 2019, did you become aware of States Exhibits 74 and 75, which I showed you yesterday in court?
Yes.
Where did the interview with the defendant take place on June 6th, 2019?
It took place at the offices of Andrew Bowman, 1804 Post Road East in Westport, which was her attorney at the time.
Where in Attorney Bowman's office did it take place?
There was a conference room in the on the first floor where we all met.
Describe the conference room for the jury.
It was a relatively large room, large table, multiple chairs. Dimension was probably 20 feet deep by 15 feet wide, approximately. It was a relatively large conference room.
How were the arrangements made for this next interview to take place?
My sergeant, Ken Ventresca, received a phone call from State's Attorney Richard Colangelo to contact Andrew Bowman that Michelle Troconis wanted to talk.
Approximately what time on June 6, 2019 did this interview take place?
Approximately between 1 and 2 p.m.
Who was present from the state police at the outset of the interview?
The outset was myself, Detective Corey Clabby, my Sergeant Ken Ventresca, and Detective Allison Peters, who was the administrative trooper at Troop G at the time. And then, of course, Michelle Troconis and Andrew Bowman.
Did anyone else join the interview as it progressed?
Yes.
Who was that?
State's Attorney Richard Colangelo.
And Mr. Colangelo in 2019 was the state's attorney of the Stanford Norwalk Judicial District. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He has since retired. Is that right?
Correct.
Was this interview also recorded?
It was, yes.
How was this interview recorded?
There were 2 cameras set up, brought in by us, and set up essentially opposite corners of the room to document the interview.
During the interview, did the defendant appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No,
What language did you communicate with the defendant in during this interview?
in English.
Did the defendant ever request the assistance of an interpreter for this interview?
No,
Did her attorney ever request the assistance of an interpreter for this interview?
no.
Where was the defendant positioned during the interview?
The defendant was positioned right inside the entry door, basically in front of where I was sitting. Everyone else was seated to her right or opposite her.
And specifically with respect to you, where were you positioned?
I was positioned at the end of the table, adjacent to where she was sitting on catty corner to her.
You testified that Attorney Bowman was present. Where was he positioned?
He was positioned directly to Michelle Troconis' right side.
And have you watched this recording in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
I have the smart tron.
Yes.
So 78 for ID.
If the state's attorney,
No, no.
hold on real quick.
Move
Guys, state's attorneys mean county prosecutor. In Connecticut, it's such a small state. The state's attorney's office runs the entire state. So these are all state's attorneys or assistant state attorneys. It's interesting. They had a prosecutor, somebody from the prosecutor's office at the second interview. That'll be good. This will be very, very interesting. Try to set this is like 50 hours in the past 72 hours. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm on a roll. I did want to get this in though, real quick. Unhung Hero for $2 says, I'm gonna come. Don't come. It's a lot of coming when you think about it. So, striking while the iron's hot. So here we go. Crap, ready.
78 in.
State 78, admitted as a full exhibit.
Permission to publish 78?
Yes.
This should be good. Hardest working computer in the world. It's trying so hard. Wow, very good quality for an interview. This is nice. We're getting some good stuff today, guys.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we're just trying to figure out the sound situation. It's shut up. Here,
Oh, here you go.
right there.
Thank you. Here we go.
Now we got T.
Two, one's just a fail-safe, don't get spooked out. I'm here just to support these guys and the boss, so I'm just gonna be, we're gonna be in the background, so, you know, so.
Is this a television?
No, this is for us, it's only for us, and it's protect you as well. So, we don't need this as well. How are you doing? Better than being where you were, right? You have a chance to talk with your attorney, Mr. Bowman, right? He's here with you. I just want you to know that I just came from the state's attorney for termination in this case. And I had over an hour time to talk to him about this case. So this is coming from him, okay? This is your chance. Right now, you're charged with hindering prosecution and tampering with evidence, okay? This is your chance if you want to see your family and your daughter and your mother and not get charged with murder. This is your chance. It's your one and only chance. You have to tell us. We know you weren't there. We know you were lying to us last time. We want to know who was involved and where Jennifer is. Who was involved in the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos and who and where Jennifer Dulos is right now. We know you know. And we just want you to come clean and tell us everything that you know.
To be fair, I don't think she knows where Jennifer went, and she might not know who else did it other than Fotis. So she might be boned in that situation, but you never know. We'll see.
That's coming straight from the state's attorney. You want me to convey that, okay?
She understands that she lived her right to us every day. It's still infected.
It's still in there. You're talking to us voluntarily. You don't have to talk to us. You're here, you're not in custody. We're here at your attorney's office in Westport. He's over there at 19.
She understands that she's going to answer your questions truthfully. Okay. We may all have differing views of what she knows, but she's going to answer your questions truthfully.
Okay. So you wanted to talk to us today, right?
No, you guys wanted to
All
talk
right.
about
Okay.
this.
So tell us everything you know about the night of May 23rd, going into the morning of May 24th, and the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos from her home in New Canaan.
Okay, is that like
Just-
the time?
Yeah, just tell them from Thursday night, they're asking you through Friday.
I might not be accurate with the times.
As best you can.
Yeah.
As best you can.
But my daughter called me, the room of my daughter is, you guys be in the house and
Legally personally, no, but we understand, right?
the room, it's once you get off the stairs, and then, I don't know, you walk 3 meters and
All
it's,
right, Jennifer, I'm just gonna stop you. It's hard to be understand. We're shut.
okay, I can go faster.
No. You know that we've done search warrants, executed search warrants at Fort Jefferson in Farmington, right?
That you are inside the house looking for things, yes.
And that's where you live,
Yes.
Fort Jefferson Crossing,
Yes.
and you live there with Fotis Dulos
And my daughter,
and your daughter Nicole.
yes,
How old is Nicole?
12.
You have to understand that we have more information than we had last time we spoke.
Okay.
So do you remember when we talked about how we felt that you were going through a list or a script?
Yes,
Okay, we found that piece of paper, those papers.
yes.
Okay, we don't need to go through those. We need to know, what do you know about what happened to Jennifer Dulos on the 24th of May and where her body is? If you have enough information right now for Fotis for murder.
Okay.
Right now, you were not arrested for murder, he's not arrested for murder. You both are arrested for tampering with evidence and hindering prosecution.
Yes.
In all likelihood, he will be arrested for murder. You need to tell us what you know. This is coming from the state's attorney. Just listen. You need to tell us what you know about Jennifer's murder and Fotis Dulos. We know that you weren't there at the murder scene at the time. We know you have information. And we need to know that. We do not want to go through. Listen to me. We don't want to go through the script because we found the script. And if we start to review the script, the rehearsed story that we found documentation of, our instructions from the state's attorney out that door. And when we walk out that door, that will be it. This is coming from the state's attorney. So please tell, I want to hear the script. I want to hear what happened to Jennifer, and I want to hear who's involved in her murder.
I don't know. You're asking me something that I don't know. But can I say something? Don't get upset to me.
I'm not upset. I just want you to understand.
When you say rehearsal, it's not a rehearsal. It's Sunday.
Okay, you'll have a chance. You found a piece of paper that there was your statement to us. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk
What
about.
do you want me to tell you? You told me
Just, all
something.
right, let me try to. But he's asking you is to tell them what you did, what you heard, what you saw, what you did from Thursday night.
Thursday night, I went to sleep with my daughter. I woke up at the same time that I usually woke up.
So to be fair, guys, they've come in, they said the jig's up. They said, if you fuck with us, you're getting charged with murder. Now, at this point, I'm sure her attorney already knew that. If I'm representing her, we're having the come to Jesus moment. Like, look, don't fuck around. Tell me what happened exactly. And I'd say they don't buy your story. They know you're lying. You were involved. Tell me how you were involved. Well, I don't know. Okay, well, I don't. Then you're getting fucked. So Michelle holds the key here, whether or not she fucks herself. I guess we'll see. So he might not be tonight. He's not the bad guy, but in the interview room, he didn't help the first time.
Besides on
Was
Thursdays.
there Thursday?
Yes.
She was there all night. Did you leave?
Well, I left the room at 12:59 because there was thunderstorm. My daughter called me. You guys have my phone, and you can see that I talked to my daughter.
Well, we can see that you may have talked to your daughter, but we can also see that there were no thunderstorms. According to that evening.
I don't know if thunderstorm. It was
You just said
raining.
thunderstorm.
I know, but
There was almost zero precipitation that evening.
Okay.
I just want you to know.
okay.
Just going to pause the video at 6 minutes and 49 seconds. Detective Kimble, you indicated to the defendant that there was zero precipitation that evening. Where did you get that information?
Got that from two sources. I got that from weatherunderground.com and timeanddate.com, two websites on historical weather.
And what area was that historical, well, beginning with Weather Underground, what area of Connecticut were you researching?
I was researching Farmington.
And what area did it display?
It displayed weather from Brainerd Airport in Hartford, which is approximately 24 miles to the northeast.
Okay, with respect to time and date?
Oh, I'm sorry, 2019, May 24, at approximately between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And so did you, well, let me ask you this. Were you trying to be deceptive with her, or was this the best information that you had at the time?
I was not trying to be deceptive. That was the information I had at the time.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We're checking out every aspect that we can of your story. Your story has some significant problems.
Okay.
Okay, so you were with your
My
daughter.
daughter called me at 12:59, I believe.
Okay, so you slept
And I
with
slept
Nicole
with
that
her
night?
until 6:40. Yes, that alarm.
When you left the bed with Fotis, was he there in the bed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
We just started.
at 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, you went in with Nicole.
Yes.
Okay, and then go ahead from there.
I slept with her. Her alarm and mine are set up at, I think hers is at 6:35. Mine for sure 6:40. We woke up. She takes showers. I go to my room. I also do the same thing.
Was Fotis there?
He was there. We woke up.
He was there at the house.
He was in the house.
So what if I were to tell you that I have evidence that he was not in the house at that time? Or, do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to be over dramatic. I don't want to, this is not any kind of threat. I just want you to understand. You have a daughter who's 12 years old. You have a mother. How old is your mom?
60.
Okay. You want to see them. You don't want to go to prison. You don't want to get arrested for it.
I was trying to, I'm sure you got at least film court, right? Have you looked at the news at all? Have you seen their face plastered? I'll be honest with you, you're probably one of the most hated women in America right now. And I'm not being mean. So this is like the golden ticket. If you know where he could have done something and could have avoided frequents, if you could tip us off, maybe he said something in jest, something in passing that you can say, you know what, that rings a bell. Maybe.
All right, let me try to, if you want to know where he frequents, where the possibilities are that he could have done something, we have spent time in doing that. But, you know, I want to, you're asking her about that morning. And I think she understands, you know, what she's facing. Are you sure that Fotis was there that morning when you woke up?
Well, I said to the court, so I believe he was, but now that you tell me he wasn't, he wasn't.
Did you see him in the morning?
No, I did not see him, like,
Likely texting the prosecutor saying this is going nowhere. So, but remember, there's an investigation ongoing still, so who knows for sure, but it's related to this case, most likely.
So things showing that helps us. Yeah, that's huge. So stuff like that.
That's the next thing we're looking for, because remember, he was for certain, he was there the other day, and then we.
well, because we take
We're not
shots
gonna-
almost every day.
Okay, right.
So like, I get paranoid because it's not like,
Well,
if you
first
tell
thing,
me what I do, like even Monday, I was trying to do the timeline and I couldn't think like what happened on Monday.
we're not,
Let's take a breath here,
Yes.
okay? You're in my office,
Okay.
right? I want you to just
For the-
tell the truth and relax.
It's like, just talk, bitch. And I'd be telling her this
Can I just
too.
cut to the chase here? Do you know where she is, and can you please tell us, so at least lead us in
I
the right direction?
don't know, but I,
And then we can worry about the other stuff later, because right now we need to find Jennifer.
okay, I don't know, but.
Did you see what you meant?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Just, get away from all that.
Okay? All right, this is, she's done 2 drawings here, okay? And the first, the one on the left side, is a drawing of where they used to go motorcycling.
In the back of
In the back of the house.
Oh, for the Jefferson Crossing.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Can I explain?
absolutely.
We discovered these roads last year. These are like the tower and
To me, that seems like he knows she's full of shit, but he's all trying to help. Honestly. But this is the good thing. He's like trying to sit down with her saying, listen here, honey. You know, this is what you have to give us where you think you go, where he can hide a body. So he's trying to help, but she's going to fuck herself, I bet. But here we go.
electricity. And this is the, you told me that the what?
Environmental protection.
That the, is
Okay,
there,
just tell them what you know.
so we go with the motos, we go into this route,
Where's Fort Jefferson?
this house.
Okay, so this is Jefferson Crossing.
Yes, well, I'm missing one. This is the trampoline, the playground.
Okay, so you ride out of Fort Jefferson.
In the back, we go through the back of these 2 houses. This guy's upset because we're not supposed to ride
We know
there.
that.
Huh?
We know which one here.
Okay, Gerard, no? So we get to the gravel, we go, at some point, we get out, because there's like another road for vehicles that are supposed to be around this. And then we go, like, there's like a trail that's made by people doing mountain bike, walking, the dogs or whatever. Motos are not allowed here. And we go, and this is like more trees and more off-road. Then we go. There's a little stream, we pass that, then this becomes like an open field. Then here, there's a reservoir, because one time we kept going, and we saw it, and we turned back because the police saw us, no? And then we go back, and we go here, and we go back to the gravel and into the house. That we started doing last year. Around September, we discovered, I'm not 100%, but more or less. And the last time we went for 2 times, we've done a different road. Once we get here, this is an open field. Again, this becomes trees. There's a row of houses here. We go, we do moto, and then this is 44, and then we go back on 44 to Jefferson, because if we come this way, he gets
So
upset.
this is an area that you're familiar with, and that Fotis is familiar with, you're telling me?
Yes, but familiar at the most 15 times.
All right, so see, it says 15 times,
Yes.
it says two times.
The one that is longer, and in these 2 times, there's one that was another pig. Because you cross 44, there's like a plant.
These are two different things, right?
Yes.
Just ask you, as far as this piece of paper, why are you showing us this? When we're asking you about Jennifer Dulos, why are you showing us this?
Because Auntie said, is there anything else where you usually go with Fotis or you do things? And I said, well, we go more. I mean, the pond is like the place where we go the most. That would be-
Day one.
Yes, that's where we go from here to the when the competition, the King of the Pond, which is at the end of September. We pretty much, if the days are pretty, we go almost every day.
Do you know if you or Fotis went to this area around the 24th of May?
And we know.
You didn't. Do you know if Fotis did?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
The last time I went with Fotis, it was like about 3 weeks ago in Babel.
Mhm.
Like 3 weeks ago.
Mhm.
And you all live on your motorcycles?
Beach, yes.
Okay, through that property?
Yes.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, do you guys normally have your cell phones with you?
I do because of Nicole and
Yeah,
travel.
Fotis.
No, I think he lives it.
Does he normally, he has that business right before, that's his
Yeah.
business. He owns it. Is he like the owner or not? I mean, that's his business. Phone, the 8625 number, does he usually carry that phone?
If that's his cell phone, which is the same one from the company.
Does he usually have that phone with him?
Yes, but I don't know writing because I'm the one who takes a back.
How about water skiing? Does he usually carry? Is it on the boat? Because the phone is on the boat when he water skis. Okay.
Who's in the boat? Fotis, yes.
That phone is with
Ah,
the boat,
yes,
so
yes.
he keeps it with him a lot, right?
Yes.
Because that's his business phone, 8625.
I don't remember.
It's
It's only
6478.
one.
Okay. All right, so you're showing us this because this is an area that you and Fotis are familiar with. Where the
Yes.
Fotis is familiar.
Andy's asked me, tell me please, where do you usually frequently go or spend time? So I told him, well, the pond, one, this we've done, and then the lots.
What's this?
Well, this is how I was explaining.
These are the lots that she has previously talked to you about. And why don't you explain what this is, okay?
Okay.
So at the upper left,
Well, for group or Fotis, he owns 585 Deer Cliff, which is like 100 meters from Jefferson Crossing.
Mhm.
This is a tear down, this is a lot that is for sale.
Mhm.
Then Deer Cliff, I was explaining earlier, it becomes like Eli Road. He with his Stefan, that is from Coldwell Bank, he's a realtor and a friend.
Stefan is a realtor?
Stefan Bridge.
Okay.
Fotis that I think yesterday, the day before I passed by and I didn't see the signs anymore. There were signs of for group because the way Fotis arranged with some people that has lots is like, well, let's make a package for the MLS and a package with the house, and if they buy the package, we're doing a project of building a home, I'll do the one, the lot
So
is
is there
of the
four
lot.
subdivided lots, you say?
Well, I don't know if there's more, but from what I remember, it's 4.
Okay.
So they're in this quarter, and you can call Stefan, Rach, and Nathan.
So this on
this is
Reed,
the, yeah, I see it. This is the Mountain Spring area?
Well, Mountain Spring is this room, which is, I mean,
isn't that a little, it's a little cul-de-sac, right? There's a couple houses already, and there's
there,
that area you're talking about?
this one, there's no construction here, so I'm like,
Okay.
so.
Where is that?
It's in Old Mountain Spring,
So now,
Old Mountain Road.
no, when you were there that day before this, you told us you were doing clean.
No, that's here,
Okay.
Can we just finish this drawing? Do you mind? All right, so,
So then, Old Mountain Road,
mhm.
there's other 3 lots of, the owner is called Mr. Godfrey. He lives here with his wife, and at some point with T-Leaf, which is another realtor, broker, whatever, real estate, they arrange the same thing, that if they sell a project with 4 group deals, and the lot is of the owner, and there's 3 lots here. But this, I think about a month ago, the Godfrey, the owner, gave it to the son that's also a realtor. So 4 group has nothing to do anymore with this 3.
So this is Godfrey 3 lots, it's on Old Mountain Road?
Yes,
Okay. And it's, how far away is it from these?
in car.
Is there a crossroad? This is near a crossroad, what is this near, you know, or do you know the address, Mr. Godfrey? Okay,
You can call Rock Shufria, which is from TV.
What's tea leaf?
It's a,
It's
like
a realtor.
yeah, like Hallwell Bank
Okay,
or.
it's interesting. Here's some other.
So then this is Mountain Spring Road, that you have Typhoid Road. Well, this is longer, but I didn't make it. So Mr. One, he's a doctor, also had these 3 lots and did the same with Fotis, but this sold like 3 weeks ago. A guy came and bought the whole 3 lots, supposedly.
He was frequenting those lots for us, so that's just the last time you know.
No, I've walked this, like I walked this lot maybe like 3 or 2 weeks ago with the people that bought them. That the couple came, the husband and the wife, and we walked all the way up because he wanted to see the highest point to build a home and not be around like other homes. So yes, the 4 of us, we walked this, but that was my only time that I walked this particular lot. This one I've never walked, this one I've walked them like probably like 5 times with different clients. Then there's like a lot in between, I don't know what, and then these 3 lots belongs to Fotis, but in 8 it's the house.
That's 80, 48.
Yes. This one, he just sold it to the Pavlonis.
Which one?
The 88. Pavlonis. They did a deposit of 50,000. They were working on the drawings. I met with him. I saw him on Thursday, the 23rd, in the office around 3. And I left because I had to pick up Nicole, but they were talking about the budget with Fotis. And before. Fotis built his home in 77, that people are living there already. And then there's another cul-de-sac called Olcott.
That's the one I was thinking of, okay.
Okay, Fotis just sold his lot to the owner of 77 that apparently he bought it to build a home for his son, but Fotis has, for what I know, he has nothing to do with that construction because Metaphor, I think it's another correct. They are builders as well, so he's building a house for the son. So all these places I've walked, besides not this, but the rest I've walked with Fotis. I've even driven my motorcycle around here in the past, in the lots.
Oh, it's okay, well, while we're talking about these locations, especially the water property, have you guys, when you guys are back there biking or going for walks and everything, has he ever made any comments? Hey, this is a good place to, this is private back here, is this, has he ever made any comments
Yeah, it's
about
like a paradise for me.
paradise or, hey, if you're gonna kill someone, I throw them back here, it's a little bit fun. You know, just, I'm just saying things in general. Alright.
We talked that this is a paradise for a motorcycle. Obviously, we knew that it's kind of illegal because you're not supposed to ride there, but it was like.
Okay, so I just want to ask my question. You can't say that you saw Fotis from the moment you woke up until about 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the day of the 24th, correct?
Yes.
Based on what you told us, so that you,
In my mind,
not your mind,
he corrected me. I thought because that's how it is daily based, he was in the office.
you don't know for a fact you didn't see.
No, I did not.
And it's a large home, so.
So when you did see Fotis that day,
Stop the video at 24:01. Detective, the defendant just indicated to you that she did not see Fotis in the office. Is that correct?
Correct.
What had she told you on June 2nd about seeing Fotis in the office?
She said that she went to the office and she saw a meeting between Kent Moeni and Fotis Dulos. She saw him.
Thank you, sir.
one
No, a little bit before because we had lunch.
lunch, but I remember from the other day when you and I spoke, that you would say it was sometime between 1 and 2.
Yes, but then again, I don't have my phone, so I did receive a call from him at 1:50. What was it? It's somewhere in the paper, 53 or 57. So obviously,
But when you gave the time to your attorney, you didn't have your phone.
No, the phone was taken away.
So
I got AT&T. I got into
we're asking
AT&T.
kind of like general questions, like, is he there or not? But you really shouldn't need your phone to remember after. It was Fotis at the house. Was he in the shower with you or not? On the board, that's what you're saying. We're not looking to pin you down on time.
No,
Well, maybe he wasn't, maybe but he wasn't, right?
no, he wasn't. I tell you, because I'm so used to taking showers with him in my mind when I'm nervous.
Okay, well, I'm trying to get to a point.
Okay.
And my point is that when you're eventually at the other properties with Fotis, he's out doing something. Just explain to us honestly how much you really did or didn't see, what he was doing or where he was, because we've already determined that initially, whether you meant to be or not, you were untruthful with us about where Fotis was and what you knew. Okay, I'm not saying you're lying, I'm just saying that the information you now come forward that you didn't really know what you were saying you didn't know. So when he was walking around the property where you guys were, which was what, Mount Spring, 8 Mount Spring?
You mean here?
Yes.
Yes. Did you really see what he was doing?
I
or no?
saw him fixing the ribbons. They were like pink ribbons that he covers so people don't step, because when they do the open houses, people park in the grass and he gets upset.
Did you see him for a handful of hours or?
No,
just a few
because
minutes?
I wasn't there 3 hours. I was just there for a period of time. I went inside to clean, and I actually was upset because I'm like, I don't want to clean this house, but I always get upset, I get grumpy of doing something that I don't want to do.
Okay.
And I went up, I saw the counter, like, and I even told Andy, they were like, not poop, but something of an animal, like in front of the fireplace. And I went and I cleaned it. So I was inside the house. And then I would go out to talk because the receptions in all this area, you have to look, even in the house for Jefferson to talk, the best is what's up. Or in the end of Fotis' office, or in the kitchen, or outside in the garage. So I'm usually walking around places to find.
So was Fotis often in the woodland or in the, the backwoods of these areas, doing stuff other than motorcycling, or?
No, but we were on motorcycles.
I'm just saying other than you suggested, does he often go for walks or?
He likes gardening, like in Jefferson, he's all the time doing gardening.
Okay.
Picking up, like even, I think it was Monday that I told you.
What the detective is asking.
That day?
What the detective is asking you is, are there areas around, Mount Spring or anywhere that he likes to go? In addition to the motorbike?
The only place to go motor is here. Me, myself, have done it a couple of times in these 2 lots, but no, I mean, I don't know if he has another place that I don't know, but with me, no.
Going back to the morning of May 25th. It's a Friday,
Yes,
24th. Was Kent at the house that morning?
Yes. Then I did see,
And what was he doing at the house?
he had a meeting with Fotis.
Okay, so you just told us that Fotis was at the house the morning of May 24th. But now you're telling us that Kent was at the house having a meeting with Fotis the morning of May 24th. So you need to decide which you did.
Bueno, he said he was in a meeting, Kent, that he was having a meeting, no, sorry. Fotis told me that he has a meeting with Kent. I saw Kent because I went up to pick up my computer. So Kent was at the end of the office where there's a glass table, and I saw Kent. I'm not crazy.
When did Fotis tell you that he was at the meeting with Kent? Because if you had seen that morning.
I think he told me the day before.
That he had a meeting scheduled with Kent the next day.
Yes, even as when he called me in the afternoon, in one of the calls, and I wrote it. He said, remember that Rania is bringing some clients on Saturday at 9 in the morning, we have to clean the house. That's why we had to come.
So the morning of May 24th, Friday,
Yes,
you saw Kent at the Fort Jefferson
yes,
crossing
yes.
at about what time?
If I got home at 8:12, normally 8:15. 8:20, 8:30.
Did you say anything to him? Did he respond?
I guess he said hi, he didn't really pay attention.
And what was he doing? He was in the hallway? Near the office?
In the far end of the office,
So he was in Fotis' office?
yes.
Was Fotis also in the office?
In my head I thought, but like, Andy said, did you see him? I said, no, I did not see Fotis.
And I don't want you to, I mean, your attorney can't help you as far as I know, remember what you saw. He may even be able to help you express what you remember. I'm not trying to trick you, I'm just trying to ask.
I'm not telling you.
The morning when you saw Kent in Fotis' office, Friday morning,
Yes.
you remember seeing Fotis in the office with him?
No,
Okay.
I did see him. He was wearing a light jacket, I don't know, blue.
Mhm.
I remember it was light, but I cannot tell you exactly. Then I went down and I opened my computer like I do, I made an omelette. I think I sent an email to the school, to Leanne, because I have.
Okay, guys, at this point, her attorney's doing what he can. He knows she's bullshitting them, so I understand you guys think he's not helping now, but he's trying to help her save her own self, and she's not doing it. She's bullshitting him. They're not convinced about anything she's saying. Zaven, you're wondering about that? I guarantee you that was part of their investigation. And they searched anywhere he had land, anywhere he was building. They checked for fresh concrete. I'm guarantee you they looked around all over the place. So I don't think that they got away with this one, if that's what you're worried about. So yeah. So anyways, let's we'll keep going from here.
Emails.
Okay. Do you know any, I got some stuff in my head that I want to solve on, but go ahead. Stuff or anything, so Kent property. I'm just thinking about your property. Where's your ring doorbell system now?
Where's the
The
what?
ring doorbell is from the front of your house. What was your rule that ring doorbell? Do you guys ever have a video surveillance system in front of the house? That folks have, like a ring doorbell, you know, the ones that all the neighbors have that. Do video security, and it's a camera in the doorbell.
I don't know. For what I know, we never have cameras in the house.
Not in the house, outside.
No, the one that has cameras and you can knock is a neighbor. And you can ask them and then you can see me going in and out all the time.
Yeah, that was like, secondly, the other thing I'm just thinking before since mine is, how was ready to call? That's how much that to be left at their cliff, because we don't allow that rapid.
Yeah, because the way it works is that Pavel, because they don't, Fotis doesn't want to put too many mileage in the cars. Like, I mean, he wants to keep it.
So Fotis trying to split the column. We'll try to direct the column. Do you have access to it?
Fotis has 3 cars, the Cherokee, the Suburban, and the Raptor. And Pavel has the Toyota, the pickup Toyota.
Okay.
So usually Pavel doesn't drive the Toyota to Lucanio because it's his car and he takes cars from the company.
Correct.
The only 2 cars that he usually takes, because the Suburban is kept more for Fotis to, if he needs it, like Wednesdays or Saturdays or Sundays with the kids, he takes the Suburban. And Pavel uses either the pickup truck or the Cherokee. And me, I use whatever of those 3 cars are left in the house. Because I use a lot of the Raptor, I use a lot of the Cherokee, and I use a lot of the Suburban. Those are the only 3 cars. And Pavel always leaves his car in.
So what did you drive that day, the Friday the 24th, when you went to Stop and Shop at 10 a.m.? You drove the white Jeep, right?
Yes.
So we can rule that one, right?
You what?
The white Jeep you drove on Friday morning, there was
Yes.
so the Stop and Shop at 10 o'clock, you want to think about cheese, and a couple of things.
Yes, I can prosciutto,
Yeah.
for sure, monster cheese.
It's very good.
Part. The what?
Prosciutto is good.
And you can look, I mean, the dates of the prosciutto must be in the package inside the refrigerator.
Yeah. So you have white Jeep that day, right?
It's not my car, it's.
So you're driving.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Pavel has the black Raptor.
In my head, yes, I didn't see Pavel, I didn't see the Raptor. But usually, if the white car is there, it's because Pavel took the.
So you took the white Cherokee that day to Stop and Shop because that was the only car left. Right, you folks was not home.
No, but I don't know why I think the Suburban was there. The black car, the black Suburban,
Was there?
I think it was.
Okay. That's
I'm
good.
doubting, but
Okay.
because you guys
No,
obviously.
just anything you can
I
just think
think
of in your mind.
it was, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I don't want to say something,
No.
but then you told me this.
Oh, we know you had the white, we know you had your white Jeep Grand Cherokee that morning. We know you went shopping. We know you were.
Yes, I then took a
We
picture
know
of
that.
the stupid.
Yeah, so all that little nitty gritty stuff that we like, I just want to let you know, we know where you were that morning. Went to school, you went to Stop and Shop. Safe to say.
No, I went to school, I came back to the house.
Well, I'm just saying, you know you're up in the area running errands and doing your motherly things and stuff.
And then, but the first,
Right.
I also saw Hodge and the secretary
Yes,
at the warehouse,
Yeah.
like around, I don't know, 9:10, 9:15. I mean, you can call him, I saw him with my eyes.
so just to be clear, I know we're all on the same page, but we know you didn't come down the can. We know you didn't go in the garage, kill Jennifer, or
I
this
didn't
isn't,
know where she
so we're not-
was to start with,
right,
like,
so-
I've never been down there.
we understand that. So we're just trying to account for some vehicles and possibly, you obviously know where all is the best. I mean, you guys are a couple, right, you live together. So we were just hoping you could help lead investigators to Jennifer,
Okay.
and maybe that would be.
I was feeling Andy. In my head, a lot of times, he's in the office, in my head. Now,
Right.
I mean, I always, and even my mom would call me, what are you doing? No, I'm here in the kitchen, sending whatever. And for this man, he's in the office, in my head. Now, I obviously, if everything is a doubt, because I don't know 100% if he's in the
Yeah,
office.
and you look at his track record with relationships, I mean, not too good. He left his wife, you guys hit it off, I'm not saying you're the wrong
No, he left the first
one.
wife for the second.
Yes, he killed the last one, I'm
He was
just,
dating the second wife while he was married to the first.
so he doesn't have a good track record.
And then
but
he's
it-
dating you while he's married to the second.
Yes.
It's just what he does.
That's what he does.
That's what he does.
So if he's gonna lie, I mean,
But the first one, I don't think he's dead, she's dead.
no, I'm saying his track record with relationships, and lying and deception.
Okay, yes, I guess, yes.
Okay.
Do you,
I know.
okay, so I think, no question.
Sean, do you make it a habit of keeping receipts?
Yes,
You have a lot of receipts.
yes. I keep them,
Where do you keep them?
what?
Where? When you keep a receipt, where do you put it?
I put them in my purse and they're like all messy. And then after a certain time, if you check my computer, I have a folder that says in Spanish gastos, which is expenses. And I put them monthly, and then I go in my computer and check with the credit cards with my receipts, because sometimes what you see the bank, it gives you numbers, and I'm like, okay, I don't remember, but I go with the receipts.
You can do that for monthly.
Every 3 months.
Okay.
Now,
So
you can also go, and I must have another folder that says Dale,
Bail.
Colorado.
Right.
And I keep all of the receipts too, because at the end of our stay in Colorado, I have to, with the father of Nicole, I have to make expenses because he gives me part of that money. We go half and half with everything that is with food, hotels, races. Well, if it's an equipment or something, he pays
Yeah, you
for
want
it.
business expense. Records, business expense. Or you want to keep receipts for business expenses? Or you just want to
No,
keep
for
receipts?
him, because he's never asked me, let me see the receipts to see if it's true that we're spending, but I keep them, and it's all in my computer. If you go and it says gastos, and it says 2018, 2017, 2019, you will find,
So if today you went to Starbucks and you got a receipt from Starbucks, what would you do with that receipt?
I put it in, I throw it in my purse,
And then what?
and it stays there for probably 2 months.
Okay. So are there, do you know,
And I keep mostly, the ones that I carry is the ones from my credit card, but I also use Fotis credit card for, mostly for supermarket, for gas, because he puts the gas for the company. Supermarket he used, but I think it changed the law or something, and he said, I don't need any more receipts, but I leave them there on the kitchen.
you only have your purse with you?
Sorry,
You keep your purse with you generally?
usually I keep 2 purses, and actually one staying in the kitchen, the brown one, and this one, but then I have all.
So if you have a receipt today, you put it in that purse?
If this is the one I'm using, yes, if it's the other one, it
Do
goes.
you leave it in the purse that you put it in, or you transfer
No.
the purse?
Okay.
So would you say there should be a lot of receipts in your house, in your purse?
2 months worth of receipts?
Yes and no, because I've been bad with it in terms of like when it's with Fotis credit card, I try
When
not
did
to.
you last, look at your credit card?
Yesterday.
Okay, so, yeah, but around the 24th. Like, when did you last go through your credit card bill? Early in May, or
I
earlier?
think on the 20th, when Fotis said that his lawyer said that we have to do a timer to remember where we were or whatever, I think that day I went through my purse.
Jacob.
Huh?
Jacob.
Yes, I think I was Jacob or Raymond. Okay. Now, and I went, and I'm gonna keep track, so I like verify that I
All right, so you
was.
don't have to tell me what your lawyer told you to do, but.
So I have the receipts, and they stayed, I think, in the other person, the brown one. And the ones lately I gave you yesterday. The ones.
So there should be a lot of receipts you can try to find out in the front first, that is actual general supply.
Yes, and probably ones from months ago.
What if there, why would it be that there aren't a lot of receipts in that purse? Is there a reason why?
Why there is a lot?
Well, why there are a few? In other words, why perhaps in the purse are the receipts that you referred to on the 24th and not other receipts prior to that?
Because I fixed them when I had to do the timeline. I think this was Sunday that we did, like, to write down in a paper, that that's probably the.
Sunday the 26th, right?
Sorry?
That would be 2 days after the 24th.
Yes. I separated and I said it was a way to prove to myself that I
If you
was
were
in
to go back over your timeline, you want to establish your whereabouts certain times.
Well, not to prove if the police come like this, and I went to the supermarket, I went to, I think it might have been,
So you took the receipts, you gathered all the receipts at that time in order to construct the timeline for your whereabouts? Is that what you're saying?
No, to have it as a proof in case you guys ask me, where were you? And I can go and say, listen, yes, it's true. I was in Stop and Shop at 9.
Sean, I have a question. So with all those receipts that you discarded
I don't
them?
discard it, I keep them in my purses.
All of them for the last 2 months?
Yes, they are accumulated. And it's, well, I just gave them yesterday.
Yeah.
But can I open my purse?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you can,
And I have,
you can leave room if you want.
this is,
Tell us something.
I know, but I tell you, like, this is a, well, this is another receipt, like, I put them in, this is the thing to charge my food. Like, I keep my receipts, they're basically, I throw them and keep,
Do you mind if I look at the receipts?
How long you had that purse?
Since I left the house. When I bought it?
No, how long have you been using that receipt as a receptacle for your receipts? Or that purse for the receptacle of your receipts? How long have you been putting receipts in that purse? Since you had the day before Jefferson?
Yes,
Okay, I have 2 receipts here, one from the 5th and one from the 5th. So 2 from yesterday. Any other receipts in there?
No, I gave him all the receipts yesterday when I came here.
Do you understand what sometimes?
And then my mom, since I arrived here, my mom has been paying a lot, so I haven't bought that many things.
Look, you have to look at the fact that you're in the car when the trash is getting dumped. Okay, nobody in the world believes that you didn't know what was going on, what was not, what he was doing when he was throwing it out. There's no way you weren't asking, what are we doing, what is this stuff? This is abnormal, this is abnormal behavior, you ask him?
Okay,
What is it?
but can I
Absolutely.
explain?
That's what
We've done this in the past, to throw garbage. We've done it for an A1 phone, I've done it in your opinion with.
So when you ask them,
But
what are you doing, why are we doing this?
No,
Can you say?
It's not a good excuse. He says, okay, if you want to, well, if you're leaving the room, we're gonna, I'm gonna get you this help.
You're here, we're gonna see, right? There's no-
Yeah.
Looks like the citizen arrived.
You're going, it's the secretary, the result.
No, we're here for you. We want to
Everything I say, I'm saying it wrong, so.
No, I didn't even say like you spot on. The things that we're asking, the information we're asking you
Can I go
for. The information that we're asking you for is not required, should not require you to have your phone to be precise with times. We're asking in the morning of kind of questions. These are general questions right now, and you shouldn't have your phone, or you shouldn't have to be referring to receipts. We're trying to get information on where Jennifer is and what happened to her and who was responsible for what happened to her. Because we have a pretty good idea what happened. We need to find her for the family. And when the state's attorney Landau walks back in here in a minute or two, he may have a few things just to explain, because I feel like you're not telling us everything.
Okay, what I was explaining, that throwing out the garbage, for me, it's not it's something new that we've done.
Okay.
What I was concerned was that I've never been in that area.
Sure.
So I was like, why here? And yes, it was like construction and cars. I'm like, he would stop, someone honked. I'm like, you have to move the car. Then he moved it 3 meters and he stopped again. Like, it was like too much.
So what kind of question did you ask?
I said, why do we have to be doing that?
I get the feeling Fotis has dumped things like asbestos and crap out before in garbage cans, so that's why she's used to that. He's disposed of like hazardous materials in garbage cans. I'm assuming he's done shit like that. Also sounds like Fotis is willing to cheat and not pay for garbage, and just dump out garbage bags of crap too routinely. That entirely sounds like something he would do.
No.
And what did he say?
No, nothing. He's like, relax, everything is fine. It's just a few minutes. I was on the phone too. I was texting, talking, so it's not like I was like, let me see, like, and you have my phone, you can see that.
Right, we're not worried about showing that you're there. You placed yourself there. We understand.
I know, but it's not like,
We're
he
just
said,
going
when
by.
I go to Starbucks, I said yes. If I would have had my daughter, which I usually have her
Yeah.
after 3:30, when
Yeah.
she doesn't have activities of
Right.
school because
But she had to play that night, right?
she had a play, I would have stayed at home. I would have not gone to Starbucks. That wasn't a plan that I would have, yeah. I went to Starbucks, I was alone in the house. I had to wait to pick up Nicole at 9 at night because her day was from 7 to 9. I went as a companion, but if I knew he was doing something wrong, I would not even walked into that car. That's the part that I'm like, wow, I mean, if he really did this and he's putting myself.
You have to see from our side, when we first spoke to you, I asked you specifically about something you dropped in the sewer and you pretended like you didn't know. 20 minutes later, now all of a sudden you know. The first time we talked to you, Fotis was in the house. The first time you told us that you were in the house and woke up, you took a shower with Fotis. Now you didn't take a shower with Fotis. So this is all gonna come out and it makes you look like you're not telling the truth. You're not telling the truth.
You told me that I'm not in panic and that I'm
I'm not trying to panic you,
We want you to relax. We
I
want you to
can't,
relax.
how can you relax if I'm like, like a murderer?
I'm not trying to upset yours.
Stop talking and take some deep breaths. I understand your nerves.
Just
Okay, and we're not here to make you nervous. We want you to, I'm trying to tell you how you can be less nervous. Breathe, and just listen to what I'm saying. We want you to take your time and give us as accurate information as you possibly can, but give us all the information you can.
Okay.
Because if this comes down to a trial, you would have a jury of 12 people, and they would be told the story, and then they would have to say, is that a reasonable story? And I'm not sure they would look at the story. So I think we were
talking about the drive. And I think you asked her, John asked, what did you say to, what did he say to you?
That's it's basically, what I'm saying is that nobody is believing that you didn't know as you're going from can, throwing stuff out, dropping stuff in the sewer. No one's gonna believe that you didn't know what was going on. And then we retrieve these items, and we've already told you what we retrieved. So,
The license plate.
more than that, more than that.
We're not gonna go over what we retrieved, just suffice
I
to say.
remember the license plate in a
Can you tell us anything about that license plate?
appeal with drug.
Okay, can you tell us anything about that license?
I didn't even know.
Did you ever see it?
No,
Alright, but you saw the mailer?
the FedEx,
Box.
well, what I saw was in a box, it was like an envelope.
Like soft-sided envelope?
Yes, it wasn't a box,
Okay.
it was an envelope. When
Did
I
you see photos putting it into the store?
I saw it in that I did see in the car, I don't remember if it was in the back or in my
That's fine.
feet.
That's fine.
That I do remember seeing. Now that they had license plates inside, I did not know.
Mhm.
I did not know those license plates belonged, and I didn't know
Mhm.
that they existed.
Okay, and that's possible, that's feasible. But given all of the information that you're driving,
And sorry,
absolutely.
I don't remember because you told me that I handed it to him.
So that's, yeah, that's,
And I said
Don't worry
yes, but
don't worry about
because I
that.
was nervous, I don't know if I handled it
Don't
or
worry
not.
about that. That's not, you saw it in the car.
But
It's on video being, okay.
all of
Don't
you or someone of you
don't
that night
worry about
asked
that.
me if I
disregard that,
did.
ignore that.
Well, it's a little hard for her to ignore that when you're
That's not an
beating her
issue.
with it.
It's not an issue.
Oh, and I said that yes, I
Fair.
passed it.
Okay, we're starting over with that. When it was in the car, it's on video going into the drain, we pulled it out of the drain, we found what was inside. That's all we can know. And you're telling us you never saw him doing anything
You
like
know, I've seen those envelopes before in the office, underneath his printer,
Okay.
because he sends a lot of, supposedly, he sends a lot of.
But given what's going on, where he's driving the Raptor, you're riding, he's stopping at multiple locations, people are beeping, you're saying, hey, let's get out of here.
I remember a fire truck.
And a fire truck goes by, and you ask him, why are we doing this?
No, why we're here, this
Why we're
area.
here? And he says, what?
He said, relax, it's okay, it's just a few
And
minutes.
are you saying that there was no other conversation about what was going on there?
I was on my phone
I understand
texting,
that.
you can even verify
I
it.
don't need to do that, I'm asking you the conversations that are on the
There's
phone,
no
that were going on between you and
Oh, I
folks.
was a little bit upset because I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be in that area. I've never been in that
You said
area.
what, creepy, you called it creepy. It's not a nice
I
area.
told it creepy to you guys. I don't think I said creepy to him.
Okay, but you knew you were somewhere you don't normally go, right?
Actually, when I went to the guy to see the GPS, I was driving with my mom and the GPS almost got me there. And I'm like I remember
We'll get
this,
to this.
like this area, I think, and I told my mom, like, this is where I think we drove because, again, I think some of you said, or you told me that there was no construction. I remember seeing.
We're talking about today.
Very good question, Jim.
Don't worry about what you said.
Well, because I said.
Just listen, please.
Well, this is a good time to take a break.
So after you guys were driving down, he was
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our break until 11:20. Please do not discuss the case.
So,
All rise. This almost to your courthouse and recess. You can exit.
all right, guys, we're going to take a break real quick to try to answer some questions here. Okay, so here's the issue. Michelle is in a situation. She is screwed. They know 100% she's lying. Her attorney knows she's lying. And she is in trouble. She's about to get charged with murder. The attorney is trying to get her to foster out the right answers. So you may not like what he's saying right now, but he's doing what he can to keep her from going to prison. Michelle is on trial for conspiracy to commit murder, Kimmy. She is accused of helping her boyfriend cover up the murder of his wife. And, you know, that she helped throw away the body. She knew where it was. When the police came around trying to figure it out, she obstructed, and that obstruction is part of the conspiracy and furtherance. So Michelle is not she's her biggest enemy, and she has completely screwed this up. Even when they've given her a chance, she's playing the game of like, oh no, Los Mios, I don't understand what you're saying in your crazy Anglo nonsense. I simple girl, I only speak Espanol, I'm from Venezuela, aye. She's doing that, nobody's buying it. Hubbleson saying, no, the body has never been found. Jennifer's gone, and we don't know where she went. She's dead. They found all the blood in the garage. She's dead. She's dead as Caesar. So, never, yeah. So, you know, she's gone. She gone. And yeah, she is her only ticket out right now. And Hubbleson saying, so what was in the trash bags? Those trash bags were a lot of the cleanup from the scene. One of the trash bags, they found a bloodied bra that I'm pretty sure they're going to come back and say was full of her DNA. The trash bags are full of like bloody towels that are Jennifer's blood type and her DNA. So yeah, she's kind of fucked. She's screwed in that regard. And she has the right to say, yeah, that they got blood everywhere and they're in trouble. So there's a couple of two super chats I want to get to real quick. Natasha, very good for $3.49 of New Zealand, saying thank you. This is very cool. Well, you're very welcome. Thank you for being here. D for $5. Thank you for the support. Is saying Miss Venezuela must be a fan of Gonzalo Lira with the Hardcore Ignorance Act. Rip. Yeah, except Gonzalo wouldn't. He would have been better at it. She doesn't even go yeah. There. And then potentially Tilly is saying Ash shot if Vincent Mann and Amber Heard got it on, who would have shit on who? Amber was sitting there crying about my dog stepped on a bee, and Vincent would be like, yes, tell me about the bee. The only bee here is you, because you're my bitch. I'm sure that's how it would go in my head. So, Keopathic, I don't know if they match the towels, but they match Jennifer's DNA. So that's good enough. That's good enough. I mean, yes, if they could do that, yes, but I think it was just the DNA alone. So, but John Well Done says the DNA hasn't made evidence yet. They haven't gotten that far. Because I think they're doing it on the timeline, like the DNA was still being tested. So, yeah, there's no proof she knew about the murder, but they're able to infer from her actions that, there's some problems. And the fact she won't give a straight fucking story is, doesn't help her out. That's the problem. You have to give a straight story. And when you don't give it a straight answer, cops think you're lying. And I mean, generally they think you're lying anyway, but you get what I'm saying. So this is why, yeah. That's why you don't do dumb shit. So we're going to start up. They skipped the break, and remember, guys, all gas, no brakes with us, this channel. So here we go. Ooh, Judge is wearing a necktie today, not a bow tie. A little disappoint, Judge.
Start.
So
We can bring Detective Kimble back in.
I don't think Mr. McGinnis is back yet, Your Honor.
He's, Your Honor, there's a jury coming for the other trial going on, so the elevators are a little. Okay.
Thank you. We can bring the jury back in.
It's all yours. Oh, okay.
This way.
Will counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're going to resume playing the video at 53:49.
Thank you.
And you remember any of the roadside roads?
I remember we went to one that was like, I believe it was like the avenue,
Yeah, that's Albany Avenue, that's the main
the
road.
main road.
Did you take a right
We took a,
and then
Yes, all
went
right.
down? You have to remember what road it was, or what was nearby? Okay. You went down a little ways and then went to the left, and then you took another left, and then to the right. Okay, so you don't know the road,
I
that's
do
fine.
know that we went in the loop, because at some point I think we went back to the same
I'm
road.
just asking if you, during the loop, was anything thrown out? Did he stop and throw anything out?
I think he stopped somewhere
Where did you
in
stop?
the corner.
Corner?
The corner, what did you?
Was it houses,
No,
stores?
no, I think there was like a green area open in one of the corners.
So there was an open area on the corner, and where did you put another baggie in something? Was it a dumpster? Was it a green garbage can?
You yelled?
I do remember that, I think I saw something open, I don't know if it was rain now, but like no construction.
Mhm.
Uh,
How many times did you stop when you, before you got back to that?
30 times, I don't remember, if I stopped 30 times, I wasn't drunk.
Again,
I don't
listen.
remember, 30 stops.
Listen, we're starting over. From the time, the main road, when you got off the main road until you got back onto the main road, you stopped how many times, do you think? Once, twice, more than that? Can you remember? We're just asking. If you
I
can't
don't
remember,
know,
you can't.
let me think, I mean,
Okay, I'll let you.
one for sure, otherwise I would not remember. And I think one, but I'm like scared to say, because if I say 5, you say no, it was 30, if I say 10, you say 6.
We're not gonna touch just your
Okay, I think,
recollection, right?
my recollection is that.
One stop?
One stop that I remember in a corner.
Okay. Where there was some open space and green grass, near that first stop.
There were buildings, there were one spot, I don't know why, for one reason, I think it was open, unless I'm.
Well, I'll be honest with you, we don't know yet. We're gonna find out. We're just trying to have you help us find out, that's all. This isn't a
That's not
trick
remember,
question we're
but
asking you.
maybe I'm. And then we were out, they were at home, then,
Homes,
or.
housing projects,
Huh?
housing project homes, or regular,
Like
homes.
house,
Like apartments.
apartments, like regular apartment buildings?
it could be like a brick thing.
Did you only see bags being thrown out? Did you notice anything like a road or?
The rug that was placed up alongside the building, large rug that was rolled up.
Mm-hmm.
But that's, I don't know if you knew where that rug may have come from. Because he does have dumpsters on his properties, right? Otis? He's got,
You mean the home, the like
Otis has regular access to dumpsters on his properties, that he does.
the big ones?
Yeah.
Yes, but when the construction, the big construction is done,
Well, yes, you guys put your trash out on Fridays, right? Friday's the trash day for your neighborhood.
well, he puts them out on Thursday night,
Thursday night,
and I
right,
put
so
them
trash
on
is fine.
Friday morning.
So why go to City Hall for dump trash all over the city? That's
We've done it before.
why.
I don't have like a.
You're a very smart woman, Michelle. You
I
know
know,
that.
but because I don't know, because he doesn't want to keep the bags in his house or in the construction area. But I don't know, like,
I'll stick your clip right up the road. So if
we don't in the club.
So we look at historical phone records, we're gonna put you guys in Hartford together in the task dumping trash all over the city.
No, I said I've never been in that area.
So we're gonna put him in that area dumping trash in Hartford.
I don't know him before.
You said he went to Hartford before, he doesn't.
No, I said that we've done it in the past, not in that area. I've dumped, well, not me dumped, but he's dumped with me in A1, in the club, in the pond. We've done it.
Which you remember of?
You're not wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fine, you have a dumpster, you wanna throw something, I get that.
Yes.
Okay.
And we did it once when there was a home parade of something I think it was last year in New Canaan. I helped him in New Canaan.
In New Canaan?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been in New Canaan before?
Yes.
How many times have you been in New Canaan?
In my whole life.
So before you said you've never come down this way, so.
Well, I never do. I mean, like her house, I've never.
Okay.
But to 183 Hemlock, it's a house that he constructed. Probably I've been there with the whole parade. I think it was like 4 days in a row. I went every day.
When was that? Recently?
No, that was, I think, last year. It's like a tour that they do of homes, and one of his homes was in that tour. I went once again to take pictures of that house with the photographer, or we met there with the photographer, so that can be 5. I've been once that I went to interview last year.
I kind of want to stop you for a second, because especially now that
Maybe
Right.
12 times I've been in New
Yeah.
York.
Now, State's Attorney Williams here, one here. This is not a meeting where we want to expand. We don't want to expand things. We don't want to learn a whole bunch of things. We want to focus on what we believe you know. Right now, I told you before, you're under arrest for certain things, not for murder.
Access order.
What?
Access order?
No, you're not. No.
We're not.
No, listen, try to listen. We went down, we came in, with Fotis on Friday the 24th, and murdered Jennifer, and where her body is. That's why we are here. We are not here to go back several times during this. I've heard you going back to the script. I want to go back to the script. I want to go forward. Okay? You have to know you lived with Fotis. You lived with him you lived with him during that time. Let's talk about what led up to this. Fotis recently shaved his head bald and all the hair off his body, correct?
The hair, I think.
You did. Why?
Because the skin season started, and he said, can you do my hair? And he got out of the shower, and I said, yeah, and then she wasn't.
We have pictures of him water skiing with all that hair.
There's none in the past.
So quite honestly, that's a bunch of crap. Listen to me. Listen to me. When did you shave his head?
2 weeks ago.
Did you shave it any more than one time?
Mm.
Yeah, I went to the State Police Academy. Monday morning, we had shaved heads. Friday morning, I was standing in the back at attention, and I would look out over a sea of someone. If you shaved his head 2 weeks ago, he would not have had the appearance that he had the day that we spoke to him. It was shaved more, listen to me, it was shaved more recently than 2 weeks prior. So you need to tell us the truth.
The way I can prove it, if you go in his Instagram.
I don't want.
I share it that day, or in my phone.
What's that day? On the Instagram?
It's in the Instagram.
Did you shave after Jennifer Dulos?
No.
Prior?
Yes.
You met him on Saturday morning, so just trying.
No, he shaved his head before.
And all the hair on his body as well?
No, that I didn't.
But you did do that, right?
I know that, I don't know.
Is he routinely a groomer?
No, he does,
Yes.
he does. The back he walks in the same place where I walk. I got him the gift card for waxing his back. And he goes there or to a Chinese where I do my fancy, that's whole fancy nails. That I don't get control of, like when he walks with shave or the head, he asked me, can you do my hair? I said, yes. If he got out of the shower, I went like this, the machine doesn't work. I turned the thing, I went again, it didn't work, I put it in 0, and obviously I got it cold. But, and the picture is in Instagram, and we made even a joke that.
Listen, we feel confident. Listen, we feel confident in 2 things. First of all, I'm not saying you planned this. There was a lot of pre-planning that went into this.
Okay, but I think
Listen to
it's told.
There's a lot of pre-planning.
Michelle, tell me this.
Absolutely.
We're trying to find out what he did. We wouldn't be here. I would have talked to your attorney and asked you to come in if I thought in a second that you knew what he was gonna do. I wouldn't waste our time, because I would have just said, we'll arrest her.
we're here.
Actually,
We're here because I think, like they said, you can help yourself. Because there's information, whether you think about it, and it might be something simple like, hey, you know what? That day, he got out of the shower, he asked me to shave his head. It's the first time, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. And he never asked me to do that before, but he asked me to do it that day. So for you, it's a normal day. He gets out of the shower, he shaved my head. So I never did it before, but okay, I'll shave your head for you.
yes, I think that.
Right. So, but that's information that they need. We're not saying you do what he's gonna do, but that's the stuff that they wanna talk to you about.
Okay.
That's what we're trying to, you know, when they went to your house,
No, it's not in my house.
when they went to his house, there was things that they found that weren't there. They look at the closet, there's a section of stuff missing out of the closet.
Of which closet?
I don't have that to knowledge from the baby people. I'll find out. In the shoes, your shoes, in the closet, there's a section of them missing.
My shoes missing?
Shoes, yeah.
I only two of these and one
No, that's what I'm saying. So maybe you don't know what he did with them,
with my shoes.
but maybe you could say, hey, my closet, all the shelves have shoes on them.
No,
That's something,
like, I don't have that many shoes.
okay,
So
But this is what they're
the
asking.
two shoes I took is this and a New Balance
okay.
from my shoes, and I think a lot stayed in the floor.
Do you have any flats that you wear?
Yes, I just bought 2 pairs on Saturday. I red ones.
That's
I will give the police credit. They are trying to help her out here. Because, like, I think they, like, you know, they're trying to help her out. They are trying to help her. They are not trying to trip her up at this point. This is completely her game to lose. I will say that much about them. This is Michelle's fuck up that she's going to earn.
Before Friday.
If I had flats, my flats, I don't have flats. I
Yeah.
have a red.
Would they be in the closet if you had them?
They can be
Should
usually.
they be in the house somewhere?
Yes, they can be in the one room, in the TV room, in the family room, in Nicole's room.
So would it be weird to you if the police went in there and they searched the house and they didn't find any of your flats?
They weren't.
I'm asking, would that be,
I know, yes, of course, they're all.
okay,
I didn't know they took shoes.
well, we don't know, we searched, we didn't find any flats.
We can't do
No,
anything out there.
I have flats, I have 2 that are exactly the same, black and gold, that they have like a gold and like this.
Attorney McGinnis, can you stop the video, please?
Flats.
Yes, sir.
Court would like to see the photographer, please. The photographer, would you approach, please?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Somebody took a picture. I got your picture. I'm coming with you. Dear Maria, count me in. I don't think it's going to go like that, but I'm assuming this ain't good. For whatever reason, she's an idiot. And here's the thing. If she's just truly moronic, then that's a shame. But I don't think she's moronic. I think she's holding out for some stupid reason. So, yeah, it sounds like the jury may have been filmed or something, or he was being too loud.
1 hour, 7 minutes, and 12 seconds. We're going to resume playing from there.
Something happened.
Ones that have like a buckle that is silver.
So this is what the point is not to trap you. We're not looking to do that.
Okay.
We're looking for information that can help us. See, because when he came back to Farmington, you know who he was with, or he was by himself. When you first
When
saw
I
him.
first saw him alone, yes, he went to the house. I mean, he was in the house saying, "Let's go and have lunch." I saw only him. I didn't see anybody else.
Where did you go lunch?
In the kitchen.
Okay. And then he left the house and went by himself to,
Well, that was him coming back after you.
what time did you have lunch, I guess?
My guess was around 12 to 1. I told them the other day from 1 to 2, but again, usually my lunch are from 12 to 2 at the most. In those periods, I eat.
Just don't, you can't keep all just based on his.
Right, but that's when they first, okay, but he first went to that house, not the
house. Okay, first thing we have up the house is 119, yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense. And when you first saw him, he was by himself, what car was he in?
We're talking
No,
about
I didn't
cars.
see because I saw him. I was
You
up
saw him?
and he was
Okay.
coming the stairs. I said, "Can we go and eat?" And I said, "Yes." I went down. I took the pastel de papa.
Sorry, how was he dressed?
Jeans. He doesn't, for my knowledge, he only has For what I remember, 2 blue jeans and
I don't wanna know what, how
and a
you
light
dress.
shirt, a light shirt.
Like a t-shirt? Or
Yes.
like,
Sleeves or no sleeves? Short sleeve, not long sleeve.
Like it's like what I'm wearing.
Oh, a collar? Forget a collar?
Like it's like what I'm wearing.
like a polo shirt?
That's what I remember.
How did you know he was back in the house? So that actually.
Because he said, he calls me Oni. He says, Oni, and I wasn't, he calls me. So I'm like, yes, we go and have lunch? And I went down and he was looking up and I was looking down. I said, yes, we went and I went down the stairs.
Noon or 1, 1 to 2, you're not sure.
No, I said 12 to 1.
Did he appear normal to you? He was his normal self? Was there anything wrong with his hands, his arms, his body, anything? No? Nothing that you noticed?
Zero.
No? But just for history, those effects, you're not sure how long when he left in the morning, right? You didn't see him. Once Nicole called you at 12:59 in the morning, you went to Hearst, and he may not have been there in the morning when you woke up. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Do you know if Fotis had a rash on his body in the days prior to this? You have anything wrong with his skin?
He said that he was getting poison ivy, but I don't know if it was like, not that day, but I don't know if it was Saturday or Sunday.
It was after the 24 days of that. About the poison
I
ivy.
believe so.
And all this was going on for years. He said he's starting to get poison ivy.
I believe so, but again, I don't.
That's fine. Don't worry about me coming along with it now. Is there any place on these properties where you got poison ivy before?
Yes.
Where?
We got.
So in the trails where you go motorcycle?
In this part
In this part of the trail?
that I fell with the water.
And this is by the power homes?
Yes, but before, this is like, I think it's called plant.
Yeah.
Behind that, like,
Good. We're gonna try to get you a better picture.
I've fallen there before, and when I don't have the jacket and all the motor equipment, I've gotten poison out of there.
Okay. It's very simple that you got it. It was very easy that you got it, right? You just, because you want to cover.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he tell you where he was getting the poison ivy? No, he said
And also, sorry, and in the pond, when I got it out of the water, I got it poison ivy too.
Which one? The one behind the soil?
Where we see.
You see over.
I got it poison ivy in those 2 places, me.
Okay.
Court really gets a lot of
Can you give us a show where actually this is?
Yeah.
People will review lots of video if I'm ready or
Okay, I wouldn't be. What? I don't like. Here's the deal. I don't care what's going on there. I bring someone from my office in to sit with her to make sure nothing fancy happens. Like that ain't happening, Chief. Like I got a if I have, well, I don't have a secretary, but he looks like he can afford a secretary. I bring her in there to sit down while I go take a shit or whatever it is I'm doing. Yeah, we ain't trusting the police that much, but you know, holy cow. But yeah, Michelle had her chance to talk her way out of this, and she is doubling down. Well, no, I don't know the Fotis. I don't know what the Fotis does. I have my receipt purse, and then I receipt all my pursings out, and my purse receipt is not the best. Your English.
The way he usually dresses.
Clean shirt, that's all right. It's all the way to your just make sure you're cleaning your hands. I think that's good for 3-2.5 hours.
Can you tell about the poison ivy?
Yes, please. Well, did we ask you any questions while your attorney was out?
Sorry?
Did we ask you any questions while your attorney was out of the room?
Well, you said not to talk to people.
Perfect, thank you, go ahead.
About like 3 weeks ago, we went to visit this, there was this guy that he called Fotis, and his name Nick. And he called.
Is Nick somebody new to you that you know?
Oh yes, I saw him once a day and I said, that guy's creepy to Fotis. And he has, I don't know how many acres, like 20, 30 acres, close to the ski resort in Sundown. And so that area is called New Hartford. And we went with the pickup truck to look at that land around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And the place is like very scary. And the guy was American, small, with mustache. He had like what you use to carry your hands, suspenders. He had an old pickup, and he showed us that piece of land for Fotis to see if he knew someone to sell it. But he was always talking, I have a helicopter, and this is to sell it for celebrities. And Giselle Bundchen has a helicopter, and he was talking about Bill Gates. I mean, I'm like, okay. We got, Fotis got there, I got ticks, Fotis got ticks, and he got personality there too. And this guy started calling Fotis like at 4:30 in the morning, like for 4 days in a row. I said, please block this guy, because this guy is like a...
Do you know what they was calling for us about?
Because he wanted Fotis to sell, to help him sell his property.
Yeah.
If you go to that place, like, he's in construction, he has machines very old, and they were like all parked around the place. And we passed by the place, and he had like chainsaw, that are like the size of this table, like a ghost with like a scary face, like everything he had done, it was like a meat thing with a hook, like very creepy. And I remember I said, Fotis, call Pavel, because we're gonna get killed here. And he called Pavel, and Pavel was checking on us all the time, like calling us. And then I don't know what happened to this guy.
Alright, so we have a laptop here. It's a satellite view from Google. So here's Jefferson Crossing, here's 4 Jefferson Crossing, and here's Eli and Deercliff. So you guys would ride out.
So wait, this is Fotis' house.
Okay, alright, so that's fine.
Yeah, we
So-
go up here, all this is the line.
Alright, so you're traveling east through the woods, just behind the property.
We go behind here, that this guy gets upset. We go up here, because this looks like a power, can you open it more?
Alright, so you're traveling along the southbound side of Jefferson. Yep,
We
and,
go up here,
yeah, go ahead.
how do I go?
You gotta push down in the drain. We'll zoom
Yes.
out there.
So, see, we go all this,
It's a trail, this is where the power lines are?
all this is power
Yeah,
line.
because they gotta cut there. Okay.
And that's, is this the reservoir?
That
or
looks like,
reservoir?
that looks like, I don't know if that's all of it. There's a body of water here, there's a body of water here, I'm not familiar with it.
Well, okay, I don't know, just know that we go out here, we do this, and then at some point we go in between here.
Yeah.
Here we turn around and then we go back. So all this is like trails.
Let me zoom in. Are you guys motoring on the cleared portion or in the woods?
We go,
Alright,
and then
so
here, and then it becomes like wood. I mean, I can take you right there, just me.
Well, we'll see what I can do. You know. I'm getting complex. You know, all this,
That whole loop, when we do it in motor, takes us about 40 minutes.
So it's a big area. Big idea, all right, is there any, like, landmark where you guys turn right, you're going up here?
I mean, if you put it bigger in shows, I can,
Well, I mean, the thing is, if it's bigger, then it's hard for you to see. I was trying to zoom in for you, so you can.
but anyway, we can go all the way up to Route 44, so we look Route 44. That's where we've done this. Where's
You wanna take a ride with
Route
that?
44?
Yeah, you need a life.
This-
44 's here.
So all this, we look
Yeah,
at,
she's already doing that.
we do that all in autumn.
Okay,
And 2 times we cross even 44 and we keep going to the power line.
well, this is all power.
Yeah, that's where we are. But this is only for me, I only do it 2 times. 1 time with Pavel and 1 time for you.
So this is property that you would close a bid on. But are you saying that you have no specific knowledge that Jennifer Dulos' body is in here? You don't know?
I mean, I can tell you where we drive motor, but
I
I
mean,
never saw 44.
Is there anything else about this area that you can tell us? Because this is quite expansive tract.
It takes us 40 minutes.
So 40 minutes round trip.
Yes, and we're back in the house cleaning them up.
Okay, and how, I mean, I guess you guys going on motorcycles, you on like, you go through the woods, I don't know what else. 30, 40?
No, yeah, 30.
Okay, so 20 minutes out, it's approximately 30 miles an hour is basically.
In the gravel, when we go in the woods, yeah, look at that, because I fall, he falls, there's rocks, we sometimes stop, move a log.
Is there anywhere if you were to hide something, like a body,
That's like a fire.
is there, it's like, how would, when you say a fire escape?
So it's big, anywhere you can put someone. Like,
In what, like a cave and holes in the water? Any idea? Let me ask you a very simple question. What do you think happened to Jennifer Dulos?
what you said, you got, okay, what I know, and I've seen in the newspaper that she got in the garage.
No, they're asking you for only your knowledge, not what you read in the newspaper, not what you think
Yeah, I think that she's still somewhere, like, whoa, hiding. You know, when you guys said that you find blood, so obviously she's not hiding from who. What Fotis have told me that in the past, before they were married, I don't know when, how many years, she fought with her parents, and she disappeared and she moved to Aspen. And she got an inherit of an aunt of $3 million, and she lived like for 3 years in Aspen, and she changed her name to Jennifer Bay, which I still receive in the house, magazines, with
Let me ask you a question.
then,
Let me ask you a question. You have 20 children,
none of mine,
and Nicole, she's 12.
yes.
Would you ever leave your 12-year-old daughter, listen, would you ever leave and go hide and not tell your 12-year-old daughter where you are? Why not?
Because I'm a healthy person, I won't do that.
Okay, because she would be very sad, right?
It's something that doesn't even cross my mind.
It wouldn't even occur to you to do that.
No,
Because Jennifer has 5 children
yes.
and other family members. Do you think, why would she go hide and not tell them for a period of time where she is and she's safe?
Can I talk about the report?
No.
No,
No,
because
listen, the question was.
my question is,
The
my
question
only
was-
answer that I can give is because from my understanding, she has a borderline personality
She
disorder.
got that information from Fotis.
This is a man who killed his wife, so.
Fotis,
She told me it was
yes, I got it.
And
Our impression of Fotis,
Yes, I got it
Listen
from
to
Fotis,
Jennifer.
and there's a.
Listen to Michelle. Sorry.
I know, but I can't call me Jennifer, it's kind
Well, I'll be honest with you, Jennifer's on my mind.
I know.
Okay, because I'm worried every day and every night about Jennifer. So I apologize for calling you the name of the person in this thing. Now, boy, that's news. So Michelle, here's the thing. We're here to find out where she is. Okay, we don't think that you're not the one who orchestrated this. Our impression of Fotis is that he is a manipulative, controlling person. That's what we wanted to get rid of, right? Based on the information.
Everybody's
Everybody, and so he wanted to get rid of his wife. And he did that. And we're looking to find her for her family's sake.
killed the mother of his 5 children.
And we want help from you.
I mean,
Who's to say it's never done to you?
yeah, if he can kill the mother of his 5 children, somebody who appears to have been wanting to get back with that mom, according to his home.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
It said, here he kills the mother of his 5 children. And according to his, from what we hear from other people and his phone, he appeared to have been wanting to get back with
Sure.
that woman.
Who wanted to get back to
I
her?
thought it was one
Oh,
of
it's the love of your life. The man,
Yeah.
yeah, the man you sleep with every night.
text message. Sure.
Yep. So you think, 1 second.
So imagine what he would do to you.
So he trying to set you up?
His first wife, was married to her for a long time, had 5 children, 2 sets of twins.
You don't
I
think,
know, and I know the
Yeah.
I know you do. I know you do. Your daughter knows them well too. She had a family that she always wanted with those kids.
Well, not the family that she always wanted, because I believe she has a nice family and she's happy.
No, but I mean, his other children. She has a lovely family with you, her father, your mom, absolutely.
As you're saying, we had the text messages from Fotis to Jennifer. We're going back to March. We had it.
Well, when we're actually, for.
We had his phone. We had everything.
I know, but for what?
Michelle, when he tells you, let me tell you something
I
about
know,
Fotis.
I didn't know.
Yeah, no, sure.
Sure. We want to tell you something that everyone in this room is right now. Fotis lies to everyone. And the reason he lies to everyone is very well. One person in the world, that's himself. He didn't care about his first wife, he didn't care about his second wife, he doesn't care about you. He says all kinds of things to all kinds of people to get what he wants. Okay? He manipulates, he controls. We have no doubt he did that to you. He lies to you. So I know I'm trying to think. So he owes you, he feels he owes you nothing. If he could put this murder on you, he would have given you a second. Okay? We don't think that's true. And we want what is fair. Yeah, we will. Return to the What are your judgments back? Okay, we want you to understand what's going on here. You love a person. You love a person, and have a relationship with a person who loves only one person, and that's himself. He will do anything he can to get out of what he has done. He has no doubt that he has killed his daughter, his wife, Jennifer. We think you have information.
I know that, John, but I can walk the whole world wherever you want. I can take you like a motorcade. I can walk, I can spend a month with you guys. I can do whatever you want, but I didn't do it.
You know what I want you to do now when you stop talking to me? Take some breaths. Just take some deep breaths. Okay. It's hard to come to the realization of somebody that you care about, what they're really all about. That's what he's about. And he's always been that way. And he will never change.
Michelle, was the shaving his head, was that his idea? He asked you to do it? You never did that before?
To him, I thought it to another boyfriend.
Yeah, but from him to him, that was the first time since you've been with him that he ever did that.
No, he's done it before. When Father's Day picture, he's in the car with his kids. I think it was in 2017. He also had his head completely shaved. And I think there's a picture.
For you, shaving his head.
For you.
I know that person. I did it
Okay.
to him.
Yeah, and he's asking you.
He asked me that.
You know,
we made fun of it. It was something.
You didn't know what it was. Right, but that was the first time he asked you to do it. Other times he did it to himself.
He got it in a barber shop.
Right.
He comes, but it wasn't that short, that's true. Not that short, but that short was my fault. I put that thing.
He was bald.
Yes, that's not you.
He was bald like who? Like Pavel?
No, then I've always met him. Look out here.
Fotis was very similar bald to the way Pavel was, right? When you shave his head, or is it more like me?
More like Ken. Sorry.
Like when I shaved it, it was like him, but he has gray hair. So it doesn't, you look like you have more hair than him.
Yeah, well, I had a lot when you first met me. I shaved it up.
We don't think you.
No, I think I make it like that.
It was like this.
I don't know.
Don't worry about it. We're not saying you knew why he was asked to shave his head, but it's important for us to know that was the first time he asked you.
Yes,
Okay?
it was.
Okay. So these are the kinds of things that can help us.
Can I ask you something else, Michelle? I don't know how to call all the first, but that Friday, so Jennifer was reported missing. When you're not sure if you saw Fotis in the early morning hours, that whole day, did you find this cut out that he called you at all? Did you talk to him all day? Is that odd too? Because we have phone. We have
20 times and there are days that we talk zero.
Did you try calling him that day and ask him where it was?
No, I can't do that. I mean, in my head, he's in the office, but again, it wasn't.
Okay.
For what you said.
And what did you do the next day?
Me,
You and Fotis?
at night, we had a meeting with planning and the couple. Like for an hour, he explained all the process of work, blah, blah, blah. I showed the maps, I brought my computer because his computer wasn't supposed to be working for the server. I got into the server with my computer. We showed them the map of the whole of another project in that Fotis budget for these lots here. And they were from the home residents. And then he said I have to go because he was supposed to leave his kids at 11. And Rania took them to the lot and 80 mountain.
And this is Saturday, 25th.
Yes,
Yes, okay.
and Fotis left, and I stopped in CVS to buy a gift card for Nicole's birthday girl, a $25 credit card. Then I drove to Jennifer Walker. At 11:30, we were there in the corner with all her friends. They got into a bus.
So let's stop here. What did Fotis do for the rest of the day on Saturday?
Well, he supposedly was in the police with his lawyer.
You figured if your mother and your 5 kids were missing, you would want to help your children out. And given everything, anything, maybe you can help out where she is. Fotis did not do that. Fotis actually was extremely cooperative with this whole thing. So
He's done nothing.
He hasn't talked.
He's still a word. Won't say a word.
So he told you he was gonna talk to the police?
No.
No, okay. You just
might get a lawyer.
He told me, no, he told me, because the night before he talked to Lauren, and he said, we have to meet at 11, I don't know where, and they were meeting with the kids and waiting, which is the supervised. So it's supposed to be true. At some point, he called me. I don't know if he was already with Jacob. And
Who's Jacob?
Jacob,
Oh.
it was his lawyer, and he said, we're going to the police because the police called me to testify, to help or to I don't know what.
she's normal for missing mom. So you go find out.
Yes, and supposedly he went, I don't know, I wasn't there, and he went with Jacob.
But you would think that he would drop whatever he was doing the minute he heard that the mother of his 5 kids was missing. He'd get his ass where
He
he'd
wanted
feet
to
out
go
in
to
the
New York, but I don't know who told him, you cannot come here, better stay. I don't know if it was Jacob or Mike Rose.
Yeah, that's.
You know, that is this conversation that they listened because we were in the office at the end of the office talking. He was.
Now,
And the police called me 2 times and
You
Jacob said.
nothing trash your heart the day before, was extremely bizarre, right? And then the next day, Jennifer's missing, it's all
No,
news.
nothing, we found out at 8:20 that the police came to the house.
Okay, did you look back for yesterday and say, you know what? We're not the trash all over the city of Hartford. Well, I didn't see Fotis yesterday. Why are, it's not peace in your mind?
Does it make a connection?
I don't
Oh,
think-
it's
I
not-
should not even think- No, I don't think like that. I might be being stupid, I may.
No, you're trusting and that's understandable. You're
And then
loyal
of course,
to
it doesn't cross in my mind that I was living with someone that is thinking of killing someone. If I would have, I would have not been here, with my daughter.
Well, not only did he think about it while you were sleeping with him, he involved you in the cleanup.
Yeah.
Like, that's even worse, I hate him because of that.
Got you in trouble, according to what you're telling us, and what could be the case.
But I was cleaning the house, I wasn't
Listen,
cleaning
the
your
only reason
Jennifer.
you even got arrested, according to your story, was because of Fotis.
Yes,
Right,
where's
right.
who else?
Going back to that Friday, to that phone call. Do you know where Fotis' phone was in the morning?
It was picked up.
He fought it, I guess.
Would he normally have his phone with him? Doesn't he?
Yes and no,
Can I talk
a
about
lot, yes, but sometimes he leaves, and he's very,
Well, listen, he has a business. It's a big money business. He has a phone, business phone, and the business phone is his cell phone. Doesn't he normally carry that cell phone with him to accept business calls? Because his wife is missing doesn't mean his business is out. It's ended, right? Right?
yes.
All right, so Saturday, wouldn't he have his phone with him?
He didn't have it.
I'm asking
On
you.
Saturday.
On Friday. On Friday, wouldn't you expect him to have his phone with him? Because it's
But he didn't have it?
first things first, so listen to the question. Wouldn't, on Friday, when
Yes.
he didn't know where he was,
Yes.
wouldn't you expect to have his phone? He had his phone be with him.
Yes,
Okay. What if he said it wasn't with him? What if he said it was at the house?
in the house?
Right. What if he said that? Would that be unusual? That he left his phone behind?
All day.
For the time,
Well,
Cut around the bird.
like that, yes, but.
that would be unusual.
Yes.
Okay, does he, when you call him, does he normally pick up? Unless he's busy.
Or he left the phone in the pond, and he comes back and then he said, oh, come with me and let's pick up the phone because I got.
So the pattern for Fotis is to generally have the 8625 cell phone with him. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know his number by memory.
Okay, it's a business phone.
The only one that I know.
It's the 82 phone.
It's
So-
80860.
478-8625. That's the one on the Ford Group business
Yes,
side,
yes,
right?
yes, yes.
The one on Ford Group
Yes.
business. So if he doesn't have that phone with him, that is unusual.
Probably would say yes,
Okay.
but he has left it in the past. He leaves.
So when he leaves it in the past, he leaves it and says, oh, Michelle, I left my phone, we have to go back and get it. And he realizes it within half hour or an hour, not 6 hours, right?
No.
Or in this case,
Does he get a lot
14
of
hours.
Does he get a lot of phone calls throughout the day? How often does his phone ring?
Right now,
Once an hour?
so,
Like once an hour?
I don't know by hours, because I
This
don't
is,
know.
wait, this is a approximation, like how many phone calls?
Like right now, I know that the business is going slow, so he doesn't get as much as
How many
like
calls
he
do you think
talks
you would get?
during the day.
During the morning, would you get at least one?
Yes, at least one, I guess.
But
Yes.
yours significant other, that guy's on job sites down in the team, these guys aren't calling sick. They will ask,
I'm not doing that. I'm
No, I know,
on the
but-
phone with
well,
him.
for example, this case alone, I work in this case, I'm on my phone all the time, my significant other's phone. Jesus, you're on the phone, because I'm working. That's what this is.
When are you talking, please? I don't understand. On Friday?
Yes, right.
So these happens behavior, this stuff is.
Anything. So
Yes.
you're gonna spend Tuesday with Fotis, you're gonna go to breakfast, you're gonna hang out, he's not gonna work, he's gonna spend a day with you.
No.
He doesn't do that, okay.
On Tuesday to hang out and have breakfast? No. On a Saturday or Sunday? Probably, yes.
Is this phone ringing Saturday or Sunday?
Yes.
This is his regular patterns of behavior, like, we're just looking for behaviors.
Like how often? I cannot tell you. He received 100. He's not in a stock market.
Because of the times when you're out to dinner with him, or you're having breakfast, and, or hang out, the guys are calling at the job site.
Okay, yes, at this point, her lawyer should be jumping in to help her a little bit. He's just letting her get beat up.
They want to know if.
Each time he talks, he
Right,
walks. He walks all over the house.
Right.
And not over all the house.
This is
Because the house has bad reception. So he either goes to his office,
One spot.
Right.
the kitchen, or outside the house. Those are like the three best spots to talk, even for Jefferson.
When he arrived home that morning or that afternoon, Friday 24th, did he mention his phone at all?
No.
Did he ask you where it was? Did he mention you that he had left it at home? Did he ask you if you got any phone
And
calls?
he actually called me like at I have it down, like at 1:30 something, he called me.
He called you to say what?
Like, he called
But
me
if
for-
you walked in, you wanted
But you remember the time that he called you?
After,
Okay,
okay.
after.
And even me and my daughter, and even him, where are you? I'm in the office, I'm in the house, like, even inside the house, we call each
It's a
other,
big
because it's a big house. So
Absolutely.
for me, that's normal to say, even with my
So you didn't
daughter.
make any calls to him that morning?
No, I didn't.
No. Oh, well, okay. So we go
And
back here.
when he's with the kids, I cannot call.
So
So
here's-
obviously, I'm used to not talking to him during the day.
So here's what we do, is we do have phone records, they dating back, I can't give you the exact date, we have a lot of phone records. We have your phone records, we have Fotis' phone records, we have Fotis' psychic phone records.
Second,
He's got another phone. So,
You didn't know he had
you
another.
know, another phone, the phone that, when we took you guys to Litchfield State Police, all that stuff, like, that phone record.
he bought a phone with Jacob on Saturday, when the police took his phone.
That's
when
not
his
fair.
sister-
That's not true.
He told
That's
me
another lie
Jacob,
he told you.
he told me Jacob bought me a phone.
No, that's a
Fair
lie,
enough.
I've seen,
Sure, that's a
Okay,
bold
I'm
fact.
telling you
No,
what
I'm
he
just
told me,
saying.
like,
Yeah, I'm just
I
telling
agree
you.
with you.
he had that number as a lie prior to this. So would it be,
Is it a 208, 20?
203?
The 203.
If you check my phone, I have two numbers for him. I used to have one that I don't know, and that one, I think he gave that line to Petros. But when the mom took the phone, I don't know if he stayed with that line, but I never saw that phone or that line or that letter.
We have the, like, US Marshals and the FBI condensing all of your call records. So it's gonna be, what you're saying is normally you wouldn't talk to Fotis, you wouldn't text him or call him throughout these hours of days because he's working. You guys don't do that normally? Is this gonna be the only day that you have been calling him?
No, there are other days we don't talk
Okay.
about that.
Okay.
And especially when he's on the weekend with the,
Yeah.
with the kids, because he's with the kids,
Yeah.
we don't even talk.
Right.
And on Wednesdays, when he's in the afternoon with the kids, we don't even talk. And we started sending one text like, what are you guys with the, are you with the kids? Like, something like that.
Well, he did his phone on that morning. Morning that Jennifer went missing. Does that strike you as unusual?
I didn't see the phone, but yes, probably it's weird.
What time is Fotis usually put his head down in the neighborhood? Is he late night guy? Is he on?
Very late.
Okay, what does he do out there? Usually, what's his routine?
Just gonna pause it at 1:43:44.
The defendant indicated to you that she did not see Mr. Dulos' cell phone, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did there come a point in time, specifically August 13th, 2019, where you had an opportunity to speak with the defendant again?
Yes.
What did she tell you about Mr. Dulos' cell phone on August 13th?
She indicated to us that on Friday, May 24th, Fotis Dulos' phone was in the
I would
office.
object and have that actually be the best evidence rule.
Did
Show
she
the
speak
fucking
with you
interview.
about anything she did with the phone?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
The phone rang and she answered it.
So keep playing at this.
It probably is a good idea to just take a 10-minute break at this time, and come back at 12:25, and then we will go all the way until 1 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
Yes, sir.
I like how this judge got like a basic bitch jury instruction. Don't talk about the damn case, you know. So. All right, here we go. Real quick, you guys are worried about there's somebody did leave a super chat. Carrie says I'm yelling at my dog, but calling him Sean. You know, yes, our attorney's leaving her to hang in spots, but this is Michelle's to lose, and she's not helping herself. Yes, and Fizz is right. She's pretty hilarious. She's willing to cover up and go to prison for a guy who's eventually gonna kill himself and leave her to stand. Yeah, well, Michelle, she not understand how the American people work. Oh yeah. Oh no. So.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we'll resume playing at 1:43:47.
We can wait for a detective.
Oh, sorry.
I'm watching something.
What time usually would you guys fall asleep? Like for me, I go to bed at 2.
11, I don't know, like 11:30. Sometimes I go up because I'm uncomfortable. Sometimes he stays lately mostly because of the divorce and the thing. He hasn't been sleeping at all.
So that Thursday night.
I went to sleep with my daughter.
Right, you said that was at 12:30 a.m., right?
12:59.
12:59 a.m.
Yes,
So
and he was sleeping with me.
he was sleeping next to you in bed. What time did you guys go to bed that night? Approximately. You don't have to give us exact time.
8:30, I mean, 11:30 to 12, let's
And
say.
he's in bed and you're in bed. You guys had your nightstands, I'm assuming, tablets, whatever people in bed. Are you guys holding scrolls at night? You know, like on Facebook or reading the news? Is he do that at night?
He's a lot in his Facebook and Instagram.
On his phone or on his tablet? So you guys are laying in bed, right? In your next phone.
No, he uses, lately, he's been bringing his computer, watching us movies.
Okay.
Because.
You know what he did that Thursday night? Was he on his phone in the bedroom? Was he
Usually
hanging
the
out?
phone, he puts it in the window that is next. In the bed, I sit in the side coming in, and he sits in the one close to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And he puts his phone on that window that is going towards the back. That's where he charges his phone. Me, I charge it next to that.
Do you remember what he did that Thursday night? Was he laying in bed on his phone next to you? Or was he, I mean, if you can remember.
I think it was the same thing. I don't remember him.
What time does he usually wake up?
A lot at 6:40, but he wakes up, and a lot lately, he's been waking up around 4:35
In the morning.
in the morning, and I don't know,
What are you doing while he's up? You say that.
I get upset and I
Is he getting
say,
loud, changing?
he's getting up.
The couple say that someone's loud in the morning.
Yes, when I cannot stand it, I go to the classroom.
That morning? Did that
No,
happen?
because I was in the classroom. I mean, I don't know what happened in that room.
Oh, and then, second, does he own a pair of Converse, like the sneakers like you have on? Does he own the guy's version of those?
He has Converse, I don't know, but it's another brand, black.
Like similar to those?
Yes,
A different brand, but black?
I think they're golden boots, ones. Yeah.
And he was wearing what when we saw him downstairs on that Friday morning calling
Pair
out?
of jeans and a light shirt. He has a lot of like similar to that one that you're wearing, so it could be that one, it could be one like this, or like with, it was light.
As far as you can remember, Michelle, that was the first time you saw him, because you don't know if he was wearing something different. When you were there that morning, that Friday morning, do you know what car? Was there a car missing? From, these 3 cars?
Well, usually they sleep all the cars inside the garage.
Okay.
So the way we usually park.
But that Friday morning, do you know if one of the, you have to show the Suburban, the Raptor?
Cherokee that I parked next to the garbage
was
can.
there?
Yeah, that's
So
what I
you
drove.
did, when you took the
And
call
I
to the
don't-
school?
Yes, and I don't know why I think in my head that the Suburban was there, but maybe I'm making it up.
Okay, so you're not sure if the Suburban was there when you were taking the call to school, right?
No, I thought in my head, and I think I told them, yes, I saw the car, but now I'm doubting.
Right, okay, was the Raptor there?
Well, the Raptor sleeps on the other, there's another 2 other garages, and I don't go there if I don't have to.
Okay.
Where the motors are.
But you said before that you'll take whatever vehicles are left over, right?
Yeah, but in this case, I took a Cherokee.
Yeah, there's a perfect good there.
It could. I mean, obviously, for me, the best car to use is the Cherokee because it's a more like little. The Raptor I hate, but I have to use it a lot. And the Suburban, I don't like it, but man, if there's
When
other,
did the damage happen on the Suburban?
that was me. I crashed it.
Do you remember when?
Yes, Friday before the 24th, I went with Petu. We went down to Massachusetts for a flea market. And there was a big flea market. It was raining and in
Brimfield? In Brimfield, Mass?
it was like an hour away from Farmington. Yes, it's a big one. It's
A couple miles long?
sorry.
A couple miles long?
Yes, you just walk like a road and the black tents. It was raining, disgusting. My friend, she has a store, so she buys things and they do restorations of furniture. She and her partner, Petu. And so on the way back, like around 2, I was on the right line to get exit 67 and a girl with a Toyota, a blue Toyota, obviously didn't look and she turned and I put the brakes and I didn't stop.
So after the accident, you came home, and when did you plan to get it fixed?
That was Friday, the crash. Saturday, Sunday closed. Monday morning, Monday, the girl's insurance calls me and we arranged. They said, we're gonna send you an email so you can take the pictures of the car to do a quote. So I did that, and they said it takes 24 hours for the quote to arrive. Then they said you didn't put I think it was the registration, so I sent the registration. So anyway, I think on Wednesday or Thursday, I spoke with insurance. They said that yes, and they sent me the quote, 600 and something. Then I called, because they said we can give you the body shop, or if you have someone in mind. Fotis said use Davidson. So I called General Davidson in Hampton. They said I can give you a time for after Memorial on Tuesday morning.
So you dropped it off on Tuesday?
Yes, in the morning, like around 8:45. I called Enterprise. We arranged the cars, and then Tuesday I dropped off and go. I came back home, and then I went to take the car, and they gave me another car. But Fotis said, please ask for an 8-seat car because you were supposed to see the kids.
This is intentional, so go see his children.
Yes, so that.
His wife, is that soon the ex-wife?
Yes, because that was Tuesday that I took it.
After.
Yes, and then the girl gave me another car, I don't know the brand, but you guys can call them. And so I drove to the house, and she came like around 1, and we exchanged cars. She got me a Yukon, similar to the Suburban. Yeah, that's the car that I was driving.
Yeah. Now you're going to sue.
Well, I rented because Andy said get rid of the car, don't have anything to do with Fotis. We were staying at the hotel where you guys arrested us. I'm in the same hotel, I changed rooms, and I got out of the Fotis account or point, and I changed them, and I'm staying there for a moment until the 12th, until I know, because I have no house, no car, no.
So you're upset with Fotis
Yes, of course.
because he implicated you in this whole mess?
Because of that, because of what you told everyone.
What's upsetting what's the biggest thing that's upsetting you?
Is
Is it your house? What's upsetting you? Okay. Is it your relationships over with Fotis? Is that
No,
upsetting?
it's like a whole thing that I can be in prison because of this.
What's the thing that's getting to you most right now?
That
Which one?
I can be like access or whatever, remember what's the title because of him.
That you could be in jail because of that?
Yes.
Does it upset you that?
Pero
Jennifer,
what's him?
does
And he is everything, but it's like obviously I have to see myself right now, and I'm
Absolutely.
worried that I have a daughter and I'm gonna be in a jail for I don't know.
We don't want that to happen.
Me either.
No.
Me either.
We're actually trying to keep that, right, to minimize whatever kind of jail time you're facing. You have to break away fully though from the idea that you and Fotis are
No, I
together.
don't.
You have to wrap your
I
brain.
know, but you have to understand, you know, it's hard for me to see this person that supposedly was because with me, well, I think I never felt that he did. He never hit me. He never like talked aggressively to me. Yes, we have fights as couples, but I'm also very dominant when it comes to a fight. I don't let myself down because I don't want that. I don't know. I was in Colorado. And one night I didn't call him because Nicole's dad and I were having a conversation. The next day the text is like, you're a liar, tell me where to take your things, or where to send your things, and send me my 2 pairs of skis. And I said, what are you talking about? Like, and I got so upset, I said, yes, put them in a container and send them here to Colorado. And then like 3 hours after, he was calling, oh, I'm sorry, I know I was upset. And that's only the Texas, like, if you can see that in my WhatsApp.
We have no doubt that's who he is, that's what he's about.
Okay, but I didn't know that at this
How about the conversations after Friday, after Jennifer's disappearance? How was his demeanor towards you? Was there any headway going on? It's not just starting to break the news, like you said in the last meeting, cops on your own. So what is your conversations with him during this? I mean, honestly, excuse my influence.
Yes, I said, this is enough, this is too much, this thing has really gone completely out of control. I'm fed up. After this is finished and she appears, I'm leaving. I'm going to Colorado. I really don't want to be involved anymore. It's been 2 years of torture, of courts, and upset, and I'm not used to this. And my life has never been in conflict. And since I met you and I moved to Colorado, to Connecticut, it's been like a nightmare.
And how did he respond to that?
And he's like, everything's gonna be okay. Don't worry, I'm sorry. Please don't leave me. This is gonna get better. Don't worry, we're gonna go through this. Like,
So he keeps on me and he's asking you not to leave him, right? Right?
yes.
Why do you think he's doing that? I'll tell you why I think he's doing that. Because he knows that you have information that if you're away from him, separated from him, that's gonna get you. That's what we're trying to. He is keeping you with him to control you and to make sure that you don't give up some information
He said,
that shows you.
It could be information that you don't even know. Yeah, you don't know about, so we're trying to extract it out of you.
So in his mind, he said what to you?
in his mind, when I heard that, I thought he loved me and that he wanted to be with me, Nicole, his 5 kids, and be all together and supposedly, I don't know. Like, the thing I don't understand, there's a report that supposedly was favorable for him, and he was happy about that, for what I understand.
That's when you have a lot of money, you can hire a lot of attorneys to report the divorce stuff. I mean, that's just.
Was that the latest report?
The divorce site stuff. I mean,
there was a psychology and evaluation test done through Dr. Herman, which he interviewed me when I was in Colorado through Skype.
Yeah.
And apparently that report that they sealed it, and I spoke with Mike Rose, they were driving, saying that this report came very favorable, and he was happy about the report. So that's why it doesn't, and he was like, we're gonna get the kids, I'm gonna have the kids, legal custody, so he
He's
actually.
painting a really nice picture for you guys.
yes.
And he said, don't, like, I don't remember the words, but like, don't be surprised that soon you're gonna be like mother of 6.
Well,
how do you feel about that? I'm like, oh, I know the kids, they're super nice kids. They're so, I mean, of course I'm gonna love, I love them because.
When was that? When did he say that to you? Don't be surprised if you're gonna be the mother of 6.
When he got the report, I'm talking about like when the report came out.
How long ago was
Was
that?
it 2 weeks, 3 weeks before?
You guys can have, do you have the?
Yeah, no, just.
When did that report came out? It was like before Greek Easter, so it was before the 28th of April.
April 28th?
No, 24th. Before, because the 28th of April was Easter. My family came all the way from Miami and Cincinnati to spend Easter. And it was, the report was within that week, because he told everybody, he was super happy, we even did the Greek dance. He was happy about the report, and my girls came to the East, Greek Easter, and he said everything's gonna be okay. The report came good. Fotis told me that she has the borderline. We even went to talk to Humphrey, to his.
He's very good at what he does. You have to realize, most of what he told you is probably self-serving for him. All right?
Have you ever noticed Jennifer to be unfit with the children?
I never met her.
You've never met her at all?
The only time I saw her, 2 seconds, was in summer of 2017, at some point in August. He had to have the kids with Supervised, and the judge gave him permission to have the kids in the pond and with the Supervised. And they were supposed to say they had to leave at 12. I don't remember what time. It was from 9 to 12, the activity. And I called him because I was driving, and it was already 12. And I called to say, did they leave? And he said, no, wait, don't come in yet, they haven't left. So I parked outside the pond in the road under a tree. And all of a sudden, a minute later, a Suburban comes. It was dark, I didn't see. And all of a sudden, it gets really close, and I'm like, oh, it's gonna hit my mirror. And when I looked, Jennifer was with a phone like this, trying to take a picture of me. So I saw that, and then I realized that it was her. So I went like this, like around her, and I went inside the pond. And I think there was a motion that I was supposed that I was in the pond there, which is not true. I was never in the pond. I was outside in public wrote. But she, for what Fotis told me, she made a motion that Mrs. Troconis was in the pond and I saw the kids. Anyway, that's what Fotis told me.
Michelle, I want you have to have a shift in your thinking, okay? Who's the gentleman sitting right here? Okay. Why is he here? He's here, whose interest is he serving?
Mine.
Right. We actually are trying to kind of serve yours as well.
But Jennifer.
And Jennifer. Okay. Whose interest is Fotis serving?
What?
Who's Fotis interested in?
In himself.
In himself. So everything that Fotis has told you is suspicious. I'm not saying everything's a lie, but everything is suspect. And probably a lot of it is false, and it's to serve himself. So you have to listen first to your attorney, and then you have to listen to us through your attorney. You're trying to break. So when you talk about things that Fotis has told you, you have to really suspect what. Okay, so who is Fotis' good friends? Who are his best friends? His right hand. Mark.
Marcielo.
Okay.
Like he lives in Florida.
Names.
And then Andreas.
Okay.
That he's a Greek. And he's a Greek. No, friends. Mark.
In the United States, or they?
Mark, yes, he lives in Providence, and they went to Rome together, but they met way before because of the water ski world. And I think Fotis said him, they're friends from like 18 years old. Andreas, the last name is Greek, is
Is he here? Is Andreas?
No, he lives in Greece. Andreas was here, like in December.
Here's what I'm trying to get at. And I'm not saying you have any information about specifics of Jennifer's disappearance, but if Fotis wanted to first and he wanted help or he needed help, who might he use to help him?
Well, his best friend is Mark and Andreas. Andreas lives in Greece.
Okay.
Unless he's
Mark
here.
lives in Providence.
And Mark lives in Providence. And he's also going through a divorce, and they laugh about it because they say that they're going through the same. And he actually, his trial ended over what they did. I don't know what they want to make it. I don't know how to call things, but he said that he was over with his case, with his divorce. And
What about Kent?
Kent is a lawyer of forgery.
Okay.
So Kent and Fotis are kind of business partners, he's a lawyer, it's his business.
Fotis always said Kent is a nice guy. I worked with him all my life, and he's
Did you ever meet Kent's wife?
No.
Do you know if Fotis ever communicated with Kent's wife?
Yes, they were communicating because supposedly, which I think is weird, the wife apparently put like a rape case against Kent.
Yes.
And then Fotis, like a week, like or 3 weeks ago, told me that Kent and the wife want to go back. I'm like, well, how did they want to go back?
Is Fotis ever talked to Kent's wife? That's what we're asking. That you would know. Is there a reason why you would do that? Or if Fotis would talk to Kent's wife?
I don't know if they know each other.
Well, they met.
Oh, they did?
Oh, no.
They told me.
Yeah, he was even inviting her to your house.
When?
In the last couple months leading up to when, just before Jennifer went missing, to come over and be intimate in your house. He even met with her at a bar, trying to work back to get Kent back with his wife.
No, that I remember he said Kent wants me to talk to the wife, so for them to get, but they can't because he has a restraining whatever.
You can't have
they
contact.
cannot exactly.
So you're aware of it.
No, yes, sir. I didn't know that he.
The intimate part, right? You didn't know that.
He was asking her to come to your home, where you live with Fotis, to be intimate with her husband.
To be intimate with Kent?
Yes, correct, with Kent, to be intimate with Kent. So
No.
Kent and his wife, no, not with us. Kent and Kent's wife would be intimate in your home.
Okay, no, I didn't.
Yes, sorry for that confusion.
So, I mean, that's again, that's another thing about Fotis that we just found out that you didn't know about. There's always a little bit of
I
truth
knew
in every
that
lie.
Kent wasn't a divorce or a restraining.
So there's always a little bit of truth with the lie. So he told you the little bit of truth was that he has to call her. And the whole truth is that there's a little bit of a different motivation. We're just trying to show you that he's not the person that you find. Not always, not in the important stuff. Really.
Actually, should be the opposite. I should be interviewing you.
The dumpster on 80 Mountain Spring. There was a dumpster on 80 Mountain Spring, in that property, that was for sale, there was a dumpster there?
No.
Not now, but there was.
Yeah, a long time.
A long time ago, any dumpsters recently on that property? You know, clean up and last minute stuff.
No, the way we've been always cleaning it for the last year, cleaning between the cleaning ladies and us and me.
There's no dumpster on site for debris?
There's no, like a big
Yeah,
dumpster.
like a regular, just, you know,
No, there.
5 yard
No. Like after the, because they.
After the construction,
They
houses
cost
there.
like, I don't know, I think my budget is like $5,000 and
That's too much for Fotis?
I don't know, I'm just
Maybe
saying
you
that he puts it in a budget and that's what I see, and then when everything, the construction is out, he returns. I don't know, listen, I don't work for Ford, I was helping him,
Yeah.
because I have my dogs, I have my daughter, and it's just because I have time to do things, and I cannot be just sitting around. But he doesn't pay me, I wasn't an employee, I did help him with photos, with all that, because I like that.
So you guys live in this, right? These guys, bank accounts, you guys,
No, I don't
so
have.
separate?
Separate.
Give you money regularly?
The only thing I have is a credit card that I use for supermarket and gas. Then, if I have to buy something for Nicole, for myself, my insurance, my cell phone, my expenses of my home in Colorado, my Nicole's school, if I do my hair,
That's all.
that's all my money.
What is, okay.
Fotis doesn't get, when we travel, yes, he pays for the travel,
Yeah.
for the tickets.
Right.
But then the rest, like when I'm in Colorado, I pay for everything. We don't have bank accounts together, I only have a credit card, I can give it to you, I don't want it
Well,
anymore.
if you don't, I don't get to private finances, on any given week,
This is
how
the
much
only
do you have
part.
savings and a checking, or is it, you would be, yeah? Like, how are you financially? You're on your own.
I'm on my own with my
Very,
dog.
very good, or you just,
No,
you know,
no,
you can
no.
say there's been times I live paycheck to paycheck, it is what it is.
No,
No, you,
when I'm complicated, I ask my mom,
yeah, absolutely.
yes. I don't mind.
No, we're just trying to get a handle on the relationship,
Sure, you
the
can-
dynamics of your relationship, and
No, we don't have anything in common, no.
So when Fotis goes to visit the children, and he goes for a supervised visit, Jennifer is usually in the area or there.
Sorry, again?
When Fotis goes to visit his children,
Mhm.
in New Canaan, and, for the supervised visits, and Jennifer's there, how does that make you feel?
From my understanding, they weren't talking or sending messages or nothing for the past 2 years. It's always been with the supervised, and from what he tells me, it's like, oh, she didn't give me the gifts because instead of one, it was two certain, and apparently it's always chaotic. That's what he always told me. And that they only communicate with a family
Yeah.
wizard plan, that because it seemed like everybody, and if it's through mail, they copy, they CC their lawyers, and I think me. That was the communication that he always said that he had. Now, after that report, for what he told me, they started having communications by phone. That she called him and she was like, well, I wanna fix this. This is not working out, this has taken too long. This is what he told me. Then he said that apparently in one of the conversations, he said, do you know that your lawyer is milking you? Because, I mean, this report was to be favored to you, and he was the one who wanted her not to be in the case. And he was the one pushing for me to go to New York and talk, and I was the one, I think for what he told me, to put a motion to not have her. So apparently she said like, yeah, I get it. I think I'm bringing a friend of mine that is a lawyer, and that apparently, saying what he said, that Jennifer was getting it, that was the name of Ruben, I think it's the name of his former lawyer, was kind of like, you know, taking advantage of the money and making this case long. This is what Fotis told me. That was like a one day of conversation. Then apparently they went to Fotis had the kids on a Saturday, and they went to a fair in New Canaan, where they have rides and all that, with the supervised, and apparently Jennifer went with them. I don't know, that's what he told me. My upsetness was that she's manipulating, she knows she's gonna lose the kids, be careful, because if she really has borderline and depression and all the things that the report, supposedly for what he said, is true, she's playing you, Fotis. So let the legal stuff work. Now you have the power to work with the legal system. If that's true, that the report is okay, and Mihan was saying, I'm concerned about the kids, this is all what Fotis. I never spoke with Mihan, I've never seen the judge, I've never seen Ruben, I've never seen any of these people. And because it was so like, no, don't worry, it's been nice, she's actually being very nice, she's being cooperative. I'm like, okay, I said, I want to talk to the therapist, because this is not normal. For me, she's making like a plan. And we went to talk to Henry 2 times. Together or separately? Together. Fotis and I with Henry sitting in front. And he's in West Hartford, Henry. And we explained the situation, so he said, Michelle, you stay out. If the kids come to the house, you don't mention Jennifer, don't talk bad, but try to do your best to, and if the kids mention this, and Fotis, you have to manage the situation, and you, Fotis, have to deal with all the divorce and everything. Okay. What I didn't know, and I told Andy yesterday, I think, the Wednesday before she disappeared, that Friday, he goes supposedly to Grace Farms. When he goes to Grace Farms, usually I help him cook the food for the kids. That day I had to pick up Nicole, so I said, go to buy food in the Capo. So apparently he called the Capo and ordered salad and I don't know what else. And he goes, in my mind, to Grace Farms. I go with Nicole and Kim and Lauren, a friend of Nicole's and the mom. We go to Ichigo, to a Japanese restaurant in West Hartford to eat. And then we go to Ichigo's and I get home at 9:30. He was already in the house. And so how was it? How was the good? Kids, good. We played basketball. It was amazing seeing them. Say hi. Okay. That's stay there. On Saturday or Sunday, when he's talking to Jacob on the phone, Jacob said, Fotis, you have to be very precise how you write, like a timeline. That's why we started writing the timeline. Because
It's interesting that Hartford wasn't in the timeline. It's just interesting that Hartford was not in the timeline, talking trash. That's pretty interesting.
No, but this is, no, wait, but let me go
I'm
back.
just throwing it out there, this is kind of why we're all.
Jacob says, write down exactly where you guys did on Wednesday night, if you went inside Jennifer's house. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, in my mind. And Fotis goes, no, I did not go in. And he said, make sure, where did you guys eat? And he was like, and it wasn't Puebla, the supervisor. I think it was someone else that day. I don't know. And I'm still listening to him, like, what he's talking about? I'm going to Jennifer's house. Like, he didn't tell me that. He told me he was going to Grace Farms. So when all this conversation, and Fotis was like, no, I didn't. But yes, I have the kids with pay. I don't have hair with me. And I'm still like, but why? I don't understand the house, Jennifer, Grace. So when they hung up, obviously in my mind, I started getting very angry. And I'm like, Fotis, where were you on Wednesday? Because you told me you went to Grace. Oh, I didn't tell you. I went to Jennifer. She bought a basketball arrow or whatever it's called. And we ate outside. Why didn't you tell me? Like, why you have to hide that? Well, because maybe, I don't know, you can get it annoyed, you can get worried.
So have you been worried in the past, or is it just that one time?
No, that's one time, because supposedly they never had contact. And I got so upset. I grabbed the phone, I threw it on the floor, and I said, okay. I mean, you're being very disrespectful for me. And I walked away. He goes, Michi, no, come, let's talk. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. And he goes, please, let's talk. And let me tell you what happened. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know anything about it. It's enough. And I go to Nicole's room. That was the conversation after Jacob, which I don't know if it was Saturday or Sunday.
We can stop it right now.
Did Doc go to the house on Wednesday?
Ladies and gentlemen, what we plan to do this afternoon is start at 2:15, and then we'll go to 3:15, take the 15-minute break, and then from 3:30 to 4:30. If there's that much.
4:30, oh my God, that's a long
If there
time.
isn't, we'll go to 4:45. The court does not know what the order of presentation will be with the state after this video concludes.
Okay, so we're gonna get day 11 going in the afternoon, but holy cow, guys. I don't know about you, but this is not looking good for Michelle right now. I mean, I'm not thrilled with how she's handling this. All she's gotta do is just tell them what happened. And they're trying to get it out of her because they think she's like they haven't walked because here's the thing. They know she knows. And ultimately for her, it's right there. They're sticking around because they need her to tell them what's going on. They know it, and they need her. That's why they haven't walked out yet. If they truly knew everything, they would have said fuck it and quit. But they didn't. They think she's like right there about to tell them. So, we are right on the verge of her telling them what's going on. Also, I did want to say, guys, if you are new, I know I saw some new names here tonight. My name's Sean, also known as Potentially Criminal. I am an attorney in the Cleveland area. I do a lot of criminal defense work, and we're watching the Michelle Troconis trial. She is accused of conspiring to help murder her boyfriend's wife. He killed her, and then they think she helped assist in the cover-up. And the wife's body, Jennifer Dulos, she was never found. So this happened back in 2019. So she's finally going to trial. The husband, Fotis Dulos, committed suicide back in 2020. So she stands alone right now. So, and she's in a lot of trouble. So let's see what's going on. Part 2.
Will counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We're going to continue playing it.
Which I think is weird. The wife apparently put like a.
Sorry, Judge, we're just going to get to 21657, which is where we left off. We had closed out the file.
Thank you.
And he goes, please, let's talk. And let me tell you what happened. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know anything about it. It's enough. And I go to the courtroom. That was the conversation after Jacob, which I don't know if it was Saturday or Sunday.
So Fotis told you you did not go to the house on Wednesday?
No, he told me that the kids said hi, that everything was fine, that they had a nice time. He wasn't precise about the place.
Did you say something about hair? What were you saying about?
Jacob was saying, write down everything as you were by the time you spent in Jennifer's house. Where did you eat? Did you put any plates inside the house? Do you remember going to the bathroom? And Fotis said, no, I did not.
I Fotis said that to Jacob.
To Jacob.
To Jacob, that he had never been in the house.
Yes. And then
you heroin? You said maybe heroin.
Because he said, well, Jacob, I don't know if maybe a heroin because we were playing, we were hugging, and maybe in the kids' clothes.
Was he bald at that point?
Yes.
Jacob's whole body's under there.
Yes. That's what he said.
Jacob told him to write down everything that happened on Wednesday. Well,
And
right, do you know if he did write it down?
The one we wrote, like rapidly was the one on Friday.
Rapidly?
Well, rapidly was,
Why was Harper missing from that on Friday? Friday, both of you seem to miss Harper, both of you.
when we
That's pretty clear, he's dumping trash all over the city, and now have it in your mind to say, no, we weren't Harper dumping trash. That is not there. And that's one thing we questioned you on after your arrest. You actually finally gave it to us.
Can I show you the complete ones?
Yeah.
You show the one I did, or is that not?
They're warning her. She's bullshitting them. They're like, they don't believe her.
Or you know, it's Fotis' writings, like Hartford.
Okay,
That's pretty important. That's where we found everything.
Okay,
That's
I know,
stuff.
but I didn't.
That's what led this to you now.
I know, that's why.
And that's, it looks bad. It looks bad.
She did one for you after it.
Yeah, okay.
Well, because what I did, I went through my AT&T account to my daughter's,
I'm sorry.
to my daughter's phone, my mom's phone. So in between information of the people that I know I talked that day, I said, please send me screenshots. I forward them to Andy because my daughter don't have it. And I went and then because I don't remember, like, I'm so shocked, I don't remember. So I said, why I spoke with my mom 16 minutes? So I called, my mom is here. I said, Mommy, what did we talk about? And she said, we talked about you coming to my office.
Yeah, this was 3 hours.
Yeah. Still red.
Still going?
Yeah, still red. Red beans. Red up. So we are, looks like we're at 2:20.
I mean, I don't know what you're gonna post, but I just don't think I don't think you're going back. I just, I don't think you know. She's very adamant about Starbucks, so I'll start for her. Why, if I was gonna go around the city with Richie Clay because wanting on a mission to dump all of our trash over the city, I would have done that for us. It would have just slipped my mind. We're gonna do it one day too. We gotta.
Unless she's legitimately on the phone, talking and texting, and she's not paying attention. And then
She's
when they-
outside the car, jumping up, she told me.
She was?
She's
outside?
She was open, her door's open, she's outside, chilling around.
Her story was that she dropped on and she realized it was safety.
Yeah, she wanted to go and eat that. I
Yeah.
don't recall when she dropped.
She's like one person in the world that ever.
So she, yeah.
Maybe she is.
I think there's a bit of self-preservation too.
Yeah, right, because she's thinking.
But to have a point, the Harvard thing wasn't on any of this. And the jury had press on her, and we didn't find it.
Until we showed her a picture.
he didn't find any notes on the 22nd, which is what the attorney told him to recreate it, and he said Wednesday for Fotis. What we ended up finding was Friday and Saturday for both of them.
Right. Well,
But Hartford's not an either.
why? Well, you know why? Because they did it right now. They grew tomorrow.
But that's just the question.
Now we found out. Because look, that's why he shakes his head. Leave this home. But didn't think about, dump in the trash, leave this home.
Right. And then I believe, I just really think that Starbucks to cover that sunflower area, because we're up in all, that's right by all we have. So that's why we're there.
That's it. We were right this summer. No, it's over there.
Oh, that, that's good.
And just, we're still here with, let's take it from like, let's go for.
Yeah, let's go for it. Why not?
So what do you think about that West Hartford story?
But here's the thing, the guy in West Hartford, but here's the thing, I mean, that's you, Chris.
The attorney just sat down and told her, "You need to fucking like tell the truth." And we're done.
Oh,
Getting
sorry.
What?
Yeah, another thing, I don't know if this helps, when Pavel on Tuesday in the morning, or when before going supposedly to Canada, he also, Fotis also said to Pavel, write a timeline. And Pavel said, why have to write a timeline? No, I memorized everything, I know it by. So Fotis was making us make timelines.
What?
Of that day, I don't know.
Of which day?
No,
Friday.
Friday. Because,
But Pavel questioned, like, why do I have to do this?
yes,
He was confused.
oh, and this was in the kitchen. And I-
Pavel was there. There was the three of you having a conversation. Just one
Pavel,
picture.
yes.
And which day was this? Do you recall?
Monday was Memorial Day, no? So this was Tuesday?
Tuesday? Probably Tuesday.
Yes. When Pavel, I guess, came to the office, or at some point during the morning.
That's normal for the office,
Yes.
like, routinely, he shows up, goes to the office, that's
No,
normal.
this wasn't in the office, this was in the kitchen. It was a
Is it normal for Pavel to be in the house like that?
Yes,
Normal?
because he takes the keys, that it's in the drawer, to pick up the car that he's taking, and usually we're sleeping, he comes in.
Where does he leave his keys? Does he ever leave his keys at the house? You guys-
In his car, or inside his car.
I'm just trying to figure out patterns of behavior, that's all.
Yeah, no. And Fotis did say, right, he said, write it here, and I said, no, I have it in my mind, I don't need to write anything. That I remember happening. So yes, Fotis wanted us to do a timeline because supposedly Jacob told him.
Did Fotis tell you what, hey, you know what, do the timeline, but don't say anything about Hartford, about throwing the trash?
Well, that's what you asked me. No, he said, let's do a
You
highlight.
don't smell like Andy? Wow.
Oh.
I came up with the same question you did, so I feel smart.
No, he just said, yeah, like write what you did, so you don't forget. He kept saying that, like write what you did, so you don't forget.
Did he go over it with you after you were there?
No,
Did you guys, he compare notes with you? Did he guide you when writing that? Did he guide
no,
you?
but he did go like, okay,
Is it
what
highlight?
we ate?
Just saying, highlight here might be chucked off trash. If he's telling you to pay. So,
No, he said, so at what time you eat? And I said, no, 12, 1, 2.
But you put, what you're telling us tonight is you did not see Fotis in the morning, correct? You wrote.
This was like on Sunday when we wrote.
Weekend.
This is
Right,
on the weekend when we write the time.
Right, so you're writing the timeline that you saw Fotis in the morning, you guys took a shower together, you guys had breakfast, and in this interview today, you haven't seen him. So what I'm asking you
He said
is,
we had breakfast.
in the original timeline, you saw Fotis in the
Toilet.
yes.
In your notes.
The point Michelle is being made is that when you and John and I first talked, you told us you got up and you took a shower with Fotis. You guys had breakfast, and a lot of this stuff is in the timeline that Fotis wrote.
Breakfast, I don't remember.
Now you've changed that.
For a shower.
So we're trying to see.
No,
if
no,
we-
but breakfast.
No, you probably
No,
wrote.
yes,
Who wrote this?
that's not my letter. That's not.
Detective Kimble, I paused the video at 2:26:36. Could you just indicate for the jury what you're showing the defendant at this point?
I am showing her a photograph on my phone of a timeline that we believe was written by Fotis Dulos.
Okay, and I just have states 74 and 75. Get closer.
You're not close.
Got gloves for everything, which is, I think, a bit obnoxious. But I get it. You do it for everything, then you don't ever mess it up.
Man, you state 75. You can just take a look at that.
Zaven, you are correct. If you're going to defect in the prisoner's dilemma, you got to defect hard and fast. There is no kind of pussyfooting.
This is a single sheet, double-sided, handwritten timeline for Friday the 24th and for Saturday the 25th, 5/25/2019.
Does that appear to be a photocopy or an original?
This appears to be original.
And is that what you were showing the defendant on your phone?
A photograph of this, yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
photograph of this exhibit, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Could I just ask the witness to just hold that document up so I don't have to come up there, just split up me so I can see which one it is? Thank you.
And actually, I'll ask you to show it to the jury as well.
Both sides?
Yes, guys, we are at that stage where Michelle took notes on the conspiracy.
Nigga, is you taking notes on a criminal
Now, the
fucking
defendant,
conspiracy?
you indicated that you
What the fuck is you
interviewed the
thinking,
defendant
man?
also in August, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you show
So-
the defendant a handwritten or photocopy of a handwritten timeline in August?
Yes.
Okay. And hand you state 74. And before you open it, did the defendant identify which timeline she had written to you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that you take out that timeline and show that to the jury, Mr. Schoenberg.
Okay. This is number 74.
74. And which of these three documents did the defendant identify as having been written by her?
These two.
Okay. Direct your attention to the document that's in your right hand. Can you just hold that up for the jury? You okay, John?
Yes.
Yes, could you just somehow identify that, since there's three separate sheets in that same envelope, which one, please, for the record, please?
This is a photocopy of a handwritten timeline beginning at 6:40 a.m.
That's enough, I think.
And I'm actually going to ask you if you could just indicate to the jury the last time entry on that timeline which the defendant entered.
Last time entry is 5/10.
And is there any mention of dumping trash in that timeline?
There is not.
So return this to the clerk, Your Honor. And we're going to pick the video back up at 2:26:36.
I'm just curious, did you write this code?
That's not
Okay, okay, last one I'm asking you. How about this? Did you write that?
That's not
Do you recognize that handwriting?
You.
Okay, so Saturday looks like Fotis wrote the Saturday document? Okay, I'm just labeling it for the video. So Saturday, 5:25, that looks like Fotis' handwriting to you? Is that okay? And I'm only showing parts. This also, that's not your writing?
No, my writing, that's
So
Fotis.
okay, so Fotis wrote Friday and Saturday.
Of his timeline, not mine.
Well, this is actually, it has elements of both of you. Right.
You know, he wrote it, not me. That's not my.
That's why I'm
Right,
right.
we were asking because Fotis is.
Where it sounds like he's writing it, because writing it, it doesn't say I, it says,
Well,
it says Michelle.
that's him. Like,
Michelle, where would your letter be?
Yeah, Rich.
can I show you?
No, did you,
What did you wrote with
John,
Jane?
the one that you wrote, in the, with that step for the Tuesday, did you leave it at the house?
He photocopied and he put it in a bag, in
In
a
a ribbon?
suitcase, yes, in a bag, in a black suitcase,
Okay.
with a computer of his own.
How many computers are only in that suitcase?
What was that? Computer. That, Guillaume was a guy that worked for Fotis, but he's stopped working for Fotis.
So it's a
Last
computer,
year.
it's just a computer.
Well, it's a computer photo, but we call it Guillaume's computer because
Okay,
it's a
so it's
computer.
just,
How many computers are normally in that suitcase?
That suitcase is Fotis and I never opened it. That
And
always
that
was
has
in the
roughly three
office.
suitcases, three laptops.
But I have my computer, but you guys have it. Fotis was his computer, then that was Guillaume's,
That bag was yours?
No, the computer.
The computer.
There's one, well, it's photo, but we call it Dulos. It was the computer that we don't usually use while we work for photo.
So what I'm trying to say is that we found the bag, we found the photograph copies. Oh, this is letter, by the way. And normally, are there one or more computers in that bag?
I don't know
You
because
don't know?
that
That's
was
what
what
I don't know the perfectly reasonable answer. That's why I read it.
And there's another big computer all in the office that I do all the photoshops, the pictures, because it's the only one that has programs.
This Pavel computer?
Yes.
Where did you get that computer and when did you get that?
I didn't work for Fotis before I met her, so I don't know.
So you don't. Perfect. So you said
And Andy, there was another guy working, Fotis called Andy, and he was there that week. He went for a day, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday to work on his budget for what Fotis doing. And I did see Andy in the office on Tuesday or Wednesday, I don't remember.
So you said you made a photocopy of the letter you wrote? Where the original letter now? Because if you made a copy of it, you put the copy of the thing, where's the letter?
The letter
Yeah.
is the one that I gave.
That's the one you wrote with the other attorney the day after.
I didn't write anything with him.
No, you wrote it because.
Because Fotis told me that Jacob
Yeah.
said, drive a
And you
time,
have your original, you have it?
and I have,
I think so. We should give it to us. Yeah, no, okay, that's what I was wondering, if you left your original there or what, that's what
No,
I
I
was
put it
asking. No, thank you, I mean, got it.
and I took it with me, and there was a copy supposedly, maybe there's not, did you find my copy in that
I
bag?
don't know, I wasn't there, so we can't really answer that.
Can you talk about Andy Dulos? You guys name up?
No, because he was there on Tuesday or Wednesday for a
After,
day.
okay. You know, what was last time?
After.
Before. Before Jennifer was missing, or the Tuesday after Memorial Day?
I think it was before.
Before. And prior to that time, when was the last time you saw Andy Dulos? Is it frequent he comes by, or?
You know, he used to work for Ford. He was hired, full-time job. When I was in Colorado, apparently Fotis said, Andy, I cannot pay you. I didn't know until I arrived because I asked him, where's Andy?
How long ago was that?
What?
That you're talking about?
No, this is in March.
March. Well, yeah, this is good. So back in March, Andy Dulos is gone with the business. With the business.
From Ford.
You from Ford.
Yes.
Since March till Jennifer's disappearance, is Andy come around often? Do you see him? How was his relationship with Fotis was?
Work. With Pablo, he has a better, stronger relationship because he knows Pablo used to be the one that would do his walls of the house. So he would be like an independent contractor. And then Fotis hired him to be like a project manager.
Andy.
I mean, no, Pablo.
So what I'm asking is from March, when Fotis lets Andy go from the business?
Yes, I probably
When was the last time you saw? Yeah.
maybe 3 times more in my life.
Was it unusual that he was there on that Tuesday?
No, for what Fotis said, I call Andy, so he pays him by the day, I guess, I don't know.
Okay.
But I call Andy to help me work on the Pablo Luis budget.
Okay. Does Loomis and Pavel, do they dirt bike together? I don't know if he just brings them back, you guys have a lot of property.
Pavel's bike, the Honda that he's riding, and you can see it's mine, it's under my name.
Is he back there with any friends other than you?
Two.
And Pavel, you and Fotis go back there?
I only treated Pavel only one time.
What's that?
That was this road.
Okay.
This big loop, only one time, and that was like 3 weeks ago.
What was it?
I don't ride with
I thought I'm just kind of losing track here, the 15 times. What was
With
it?
Fotis and me.
Smaller route.
Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna get.
Of the 15 times, some of them, there was 1 or 2 of the big ones.
Gotcha. And then you mentioned Pavel goes back there too.
Only one
Only one
time
time.
with me.
With you. And you know,
That I know, and I think he supposed it for what his impression was, that my impression that I got from him, that he'd never been there before.
Was it just you and him or Fotis was there as well?
When we went in the motor, I can't remember what we had.
Okay, so when you guys did that, did you stop and
No.
take in the sights anywhere and walk around, or you just?
Just go, I mean, yes, I stop it, like if I fall, if Fotis fall, which with the 3 of us would fail at some point in one of the.
But you didn't stop and spend time in a certain area, you just rode, fell down the road?
Yes.
so after Friday, the 24th, Fotis, has he been on his dirt bike back there? Has he been going back, riding, doing this?
Not that I know.
He came back from the backwoods dirty, you know, sweating.
When Fotis dirt bikes, does he wear anything on his hands?
Yes, yes.
So does he wear?
And we just bought them in Miami.
He did work that well, you know?
Background,
Yeah, what color?
it's black.
Black, are they
It's like.
rubber? Are they leather?
Mine are like leatherish, and it has protections here, mine.
Okay.
And I think he bought the same like mine. Like, I think it is.
So black leather gloves?
Or grayish. Either two. No, because he just got them. He used to use my bicycle gloves that are gray with black, that are
Do
Trek.
they have any markings or any like?
Trek.
Trek.
The brand Trek, they were my
Oh, Trek.
Trek. My bicycle gloves, because at some point he lost his gloves and I gave him my bicycle gloves. But those are not moto gloves, they're bicycle.
Right, so they don't have fingers.
They don't have, no, they do have the fingers, they don't have the protections for moto.
Okay, when did you lose those gloves?
No, a year ago.
What brand are his gloves?
She's not sure.
I don't know, it can be Fox, it can be KTM. The equipment of KTM, I got it to give when he got the moto as a gift. The black pants with the stripes and an orange shirt.
The photos generally there's black leather gloves when you go over
The new ones that he got, if they're not leather, they're kind of, but they're more like not neoprene, they're like a little bit stretchy.
So we talked about what happened Saturday after Jennifer went missing. What did you guys do on Sunday?
Sunday?
Yeah.
Sunday, he went to meet Eugene, supposedly.
Who's Jean?
Eugene, his lawyer. Me, at 11, I was having brunch at La Salle in Collinsville with Nicole, Hatch, Aaron, Quinn, and Jules. Quinn and Jules are their daughter and son.
Mm-hmm.
We ate there, then we probably stayed there like an hour. Then I took Nicole to a place that they sell, I'll give you the receipt, I don't remember the name, something Jake cake or something like that. So she got a muffin in like a popsicle, a cake popsicle in Canton. And then we went to the pond, Nicole and I.
Did we watch Encanto?
We relaxed, we stayed there. In the morning I prepared Greek salad because we were gonna do eat at the pond. So I did that in the morning, sorry. Then I went to eat brunch. Then we went to buy a popsicle, whatever this thing is. We went to the pond. We stayed there all day. I water skied. That I wasn't in the mood, I couldn't, but I had said, go, come on, I was trying. So he said, go. So Hutch and Greg got in the boat. He said, do you want to do the course? He said, my head is not to do the course. I just want to free ski. So I free ski. Then Nicole was hungry. We went to the marketplace. We had lunch. We came back to the pond. Nicole invited a friend. The dad brought Charlotte, Nicole's friend. They were paddle boarding. I was just hanging there. At some point, Fotis arrived. He water skis. Then Aaron gives me a menu to order pizza. So what type of pizza? I order asada. I wasn't really hungry. I order a pizza for Nicole and the friend. Aaron goes and gets the pizza, comes back, we all ate. It was Aaron, Greg, Hodge, Fotis, Charlotte, Nicole, and I.
Aaron is Hutch's wife.
Yes. And then by probably 8, we left to the house. Maybe a little bit earlier.
Whose idea was it to have brunch?
Hodge wanted to have brunch. Well, no, wait. They were going on a bicycle ride, and they said, you wanna go? I said, no, Nicole doesn't do 20 miles of bicycle, so I'll go in the car. I didn't wanna stay in the house, that's the truth.
Why?
Oh, I was scared, I was like, worried.
About what?
Jennifer disappeared, and like, she's gonna come and she's gonna kill me and Nicole, that's what was in my head.
You thought Jennifer was gonna come and kill you and Nicole?
One of the thoughts, yes, that was one of my thoughts.
It would make you think that you've only seen her once and that was car to car.
Because apparently she had all this illness, and for what Fotis said that she was very angry, she was throwing motions every time. So I always felt, and I actually one time went to the police like a year ago and I went to the court, but this is like a year ago, and said I'm worried about my safety of me and Nicole. But the police said that, and I had a paper in the house, and you can check it. I don't know if that's a record, but this is like a year ago. Can't help me do it.
Because of all the stuff that Fotis told you.
Yes. I'm like, okay, this woman is gonna come and kill me because I'm like,
Okay, so you're at the lake and so the photo shows up.
yes, and he said I spent time, because he went to New York.
Did he get
That's what he told me.
to see his children?
And the police was there, he called the police, it took me an hour, he couldn't see the kids. Fotis told me he called the police, and the police came in New York City.
Maybe the police got called up.
Okay, I don't know.
And what was did he get to see his children? And what was his mood like when he came back?
He was supposedly concerned,
But he wasn't,
not crying,
and was he angry?
concerned, angry,
Concerned about.
Concerned,
and he
angry?
couldn't take the kids because in his mind he was gonna bring the kids. He told me, I'm gonna bring the kids. So he didn't come with the kids. I guess that's why he was upset, angry, concerned, I don't know.
Which one is it?
I don't know, maybe he was upset.
Did he indicate to you he was upset?
I could, well, no, I didn't.
You've been with him?
Yeah, when I saw his face, he was like upset, like disappointed.
Did you ask him any questions?
Yes, and I said, what happened? No, I didn't see them. I know that they have a bodyguard. The police came. One of the police came down and said that there was a bodyguard. That's how he knew. That Lauren and 2 other people were there. So he told me he never knew what the other people were. And then I think he met Eugene. That's why he was, for what he told me, 5 hours, 6 hours, maybe more.
And at any point, so when you two initially greeted each other,
Once and I say hello.
yeah, were you friendly? I mean, was it?
Oh, I hugged him, yes.
Did you say anything to him? Jokingly or otherwise?
I think I told him I love him. I hugged him. I'm like,
Guys, I sped this up 1.25 because the prosecutor in this, the people involved in this case, are speaking so slow before. Michelle speaks fast, but otherwise, yeah, it drags on otherwise. So yeah, we're on 1.25.
did you see that? And then I asked him, did you see the kids? And then he said, we were all sitting there. It wasn't only just me. It was Aaron was sitting there. Okay. No, I'm not. I feel like no one believed me.
No, if we didn't, we wouldn't be here right now.
Okay.
But did you ask him if he thought that you two would be able to have sex in jail?
Yes, I said that as a joke.
Why would you say that as a joke?
Because he said the police could have arrested me in New York. And I said, well, if you get arrested, can I have, how do you know?
Could talk to other people, we heard.
Well, Greg was there. Greg, Aaron, and I think Hodge. We were all lying in the grass.
So the jail comment was about what just happened in New York.
In New York?
Yes,
You mentioned a girl named Kim earlier, was that Kim Rose?
yes. That's a mom
I know she is.
of Laura that we went on.
She's the cousin of Mike Rose, the attorney.
Yes. Yes. No, you know why I think I said that? I think someone said, well, Fotis, you could go to jail because the first suspect is the husband. I think now that you're saying. I think someone said that. And I said, as I joke, because I'm usually stupid and I joke, I said, oh, can you have sex in the jail? And we all laugh. That's how that joke became. A stupid joke. I'm sorry about that.
So the search warrants were done
Which search?
on the houses and your phones and everything.
And your, the swabs.
The swabs.
Your fingerprints.
Remember when you,
Well, that was in the night.
yeah, I know, remember when all that stuff was done, so they've done search warrants on the house that you live in.
But before that, they did, you
They
guys
did the body, yep, you and Fotis, right?
Yes,
They took your cell phones,
yes.
so after all that was done, did he have a conversation with you as to why
Why what?
it was done? What did he say to that?
I was upset. I'm like, why? And
Did you
but
talk with him?
we were staying, he got a hotel, and we were actually staying, he got 2 rooms, and I said, no, I'm sleeping with my mom and Nicole, I'm not sleeping with you. So he said, please then sleep with you guys. And I said, yeah, on the sofa. So me, Nicole, and my mom, we've been sleeping in the bed, he slept in the sofa outside, but because he had the lights on, he closed the door. Obviously, I was with Nicole, putting her to sleep, hugging her, whatever you do as a mom. He wanted to go and rent a car because I had to come here and see Andy. I said, and he said, I'll take you. I'm like, no. Andy said, and I called Andy. I said, Andy, is it good that Fotis come to me or with me? That he trusts me? He said, I'd rather not. I'd rather have you come alone. And I kept saying, and he said, no. I'll go with you. And did he come? Well, I know you came down. At the end, we didn't come. Andy came to the hotel. We went to rent a car in Enterprise because he was pushy. He rented this blue that is still there, the car in the hotel. he drives the blue car. Wait. Well, I don't remember if I drove the blue or I don't know, we drove the two cars back, the Yukon.
Michelle, before you go, what I think Allison asked you is,
Oh, I'm sorry.
did you ask him, hey, why the heck is all this happening?
Yes,
And when he
all
said-
the time.
what did he
He's
say?
like, I don't know, but everything's gonna be fine. Don't worry. I'm like, what do you mean? There's Jennifer missing. We don't know where she is. We're like sitting in a
You're trying to
hotel.
go home,
I have to
car,
bring
get
my
your
mom.
phone.
Like travel all the way here. And Nicole's like in the middle of exams, which I was concerned telling Andy. It's like too much. Like and like what's gonna happen? Like my question is always what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Because I don't know what's gonna happen. And I still don't know what's gonna happen. And he kept saying, it's okay, stay strong, it's gonna be okay. Like, that's what he kept saying to me. And I'm like, okay, but I was upset.
Was he talking, sorry, was he talking
And I thought-
anybody? Was he talking with you, phone call,
Wait,
to
is he-
Carmel, to the guy from, New Fairfield, whatever the guy's name was, Hartford, was he talking to Nick, was he talking
No, I
about?
don't know.
No, but he's with you, is he on the phone, talking to anybody
Yes,
that?
no, he's talking all the time on the phone. And he was, each time that you guys took the phone, he would go, his first mission was to go and get a phone. Which even my mom said, why? And you want two phones, and there's two phones in the
Who got a
hotel.
new phone? Who did he call to give his new number?
Sorry?
Who did he call when he got a new phone? To make sure that
He
his.
said Jacob and OG. And
Jacob.
like me, I always speak with my mom phone, I just got a phone like 2 days ago. Like, I didn't even want to talk to anyone, because Jacob says, if the police calls you, don't answer, they'll leave a message. 2 times the police called me, and they left a message, and we heard them, and you guys have the phone, the voicemails are there. And then the reporter started calling, and I didn't want it, I'm like, I don't want phone, I don't want to talk to anyone, I don't want to be in this mess.
I'm sure you don't. You definitely don't. All right. Yes.
At any point, while all this is going on, did you at any point think that he did it?
With all of this information, yes.
No.
Not this.
That weekend before.
Before you got arrested.
Oh, before,
Yes.
she disappeared?
No.
Before.
Let's put it this way, before Memorial Day, at any point. It was probably after Memorial Day,
I mean,
you started to see.
I did have maybe one, like all of those million questions, because I said it can be the mom that wants it, because supposedly the mom also is crazy and was in a psychiatric and tried to kill her. Like, I have so much information that maybe it's a lie.
Did you get it from?
From Fotis.
Okay.
He told me that in the report it says that the mom at 79 committed almost suicide, but what she didn't suicide herself.
Did you ever actually see that report?
No.
Physically see it and read it?
No,
So this is
because-
just him?
Because this report is in Mike Rowe's office, because supposedly it's sealed. But this is all what Fotis told me. I don't know if it's true or not. He told me that the woman at 79 tried to kill herself, she couldn't, and she ended up in a psychiatric for 3 months. That the sister who was bipolar was in 7,000 of treatment of medication. That Jennifer was by borderline personality, depression, and a slightly eating disorder. Minimum, I don't know, this is all what he told
So
me.
Michelle, in your gut,
Okay,
listen
so
to the
going
question.
back to this
Listen to the
question.
In your gut, in your mind, in your heart, your stomach, based on what you know, not what we told you, what do you think has happened to Joe?
No, the Fotis killed her. That's what.
So now your feeling is that Fotis killed
Oh, you're
Jennifer?
telling me? Okay,
No,
no,
not-
now I
not-
feel yes. My God says yes.
If you're, were you married before or just you had a common child?
No.
So
With
the mother of your daughter, the father of your
I
child.
have a very good relationship. He's
Those are
actually
the-
coming.
Okay, good relationship or bad relationship?
Yes.
He goes missing. How do you react? If hypothetically, if
With
they said, hey,
that's
the
what
whole guy's
I'm
missing.
in Argentina looking.
you try to help, you leave the country and fly to Argentina,
Of course.
if you found out that the father of your child was missing,
Yes.
okay?
Of course. And actually, he wants to come. He's been
Okay,
calling me
okay.
every day.
Now-
Should I go, Michi? Should I
Just
be
listen to this. So, what was this, so the
Reaction is
ex-wife
the opposite.
goes missing, he gets an attorney, doesn't want to help, and then tells everyone not to talk to the police. Would you
That
do that?
attorney said to me not to talk to the
Okay,
police.
is that normal? Would you do that? Would you do that?
I thought it was, in my mind, no. I agree with you, yes, of course.
Right, you're in, you got television, they're all around you, I think.
No, in my mind, if I would have been told this, I would have gotten
Did you say that in Phyllis?
No, I didn't. But because this has been 2 years of torture
Well, it was.
for what Fotis told me
Yes,
was a
not that.
divorce.
I understand.
Or my parents are divorced and they're together like best friends, and I never went through torture like this.
So that's rare.
Oh,
It's nice, it's refreshing.
we've been sleeping in the same room. I mean, they celebrate still their anniversary.
How has it been hell for you with the 34th one? Why has it been hell for you?
Because Fotis gets angry each time he comes from court, he's upset, because on the weekends that obviously I cannot be with the kids, and because Judge Heller, the last court order was that the kids spend a Saturday or Sunday, I don't remember which days, 6 hours in Farmington, so I have to move out of the house.
So you're not allowed to be now?
No, I can't. I
Does
cannot.
that make you angry?
No, because I have to change, I have to look for plans on the weekend.
Absolutely.
So that's
It's
why I went
a-
one weekend to New York, I took Nicole to stop. Another weekend I went to Boston, and I took her to the Ballet of Boston. Another weekend we went to Rhode Island.
So you and Nicole.
Yes, and then Fotis appears at night because he spends time with the kids and then he sleeps
It
at
seems
night.
like your personal life is getting uprooted during these visits, and you have to go elsewhere, and that's a huge inconvenience.
Of course.
And I'm sure it
I have
causes
to check
tension.
my day-by-day
And I'm
life.
sure it causes tension between Fotis
I
and
don't
business.
fight all the
But I'm
time.
divorced, all that, divorced, I'm a child, and it's a big inconvenience. But I'm just looking for, nothing for you, but maybe that's a motivator for Fotis to get rid of Jennifer, make his life easier. His relationship easier, he get the kids. They can remove that whole side.
Yeah, and I'm like the
I'm not
mother.
blaming you, I'm just saying, he loves you and it's causing tension. God,
No, but he's
but
saying that he
goddamn,
loves me.
what does he say about that?
He's saying that he wants
I
to.
mean, obviously,
Yeah.
he gets angry, right? So what does he say about Jennifer? You know,
Yeah.
having certain words,
I never
and
thought, yes, I never thought she was gonna do this to me. I never saw this side of her. I sometimes I hope she disappears.
And I'm not gonna, I said that about my last situation.
Yeah, like I that in my head doesn't work because with me and Gaston, Nicole's dad, we travel together,
Yeah.
we do vacations
And
together.
that's what it should be, that's wonderful co-parenting.
Right, because
And that's what has been staying for
Absolutely.
Jefferson
That's a
two
big-
times with Fotis and us, and we've been in Miami, the four of us together, with
Right.
Nicole, Gaston, Fotis, and me.
That's wonderful
Like
co-parenting.
in my mind, that's why Fotis
That's
is
how
like
it
what?
For the
No,
couple.
and I really like Gaston. He's a super nice guy. I mean, if I have to choose another father, I choose him 100 different times. I'm not gonna
And
change.
that's a normal thing to say, that's
Yeah,
normal.
I love him. I love him as a person, as a father, I thought. So,
The Fotis didn't feel that way about
no, she.
You said that, he said he wanted her to go away, or disappear.
Yeah, but
But just, it's in jest, you say things in jest, no one thinks it's really gonna happen.
How many times I say I wanna kill myself?
I could jump in every, I could say, thank God Johnny's not here, he's gone, I wish, we get back each other.
In Spanish, there's a saying, and I say it all the time to my daughter, but don't arrest me for this. I say, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah,
You know how many
that's
times
what I
I
was
say
saying
that?
before.
Yeah, I have 4 kids, I know.
Right.
And she go, and
So
she
people
and
say
she
that
laughs, because like, how are you
because you
gonna
don't
kill
have
me? I'm gonna kill you with all a lot of kisses. Like,
Right.
they play, like, I make
Right.
a joke. But, I mean, yes, sometimes I say it, and yes, and Fotis.
Thinking about something is one thing, it's when you
I know,
actually.
I'm not gonna do it, I'm not gonna know what I'm gonna.
So, are you, maybe tomorrow you can take these guys and show them the moto?
Just, we'll have to do some coordinating through the water company and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, there's no water company.
Well, it's a reservoir property, so I'm not sure, they'll let you, technically, you guys own that property? No, so I figured some type of, regional water.
They'll figure out those names.
So we gotta make sure we're going the right way.
It's
Right,
the DMV, something
Yeah,
like
she
that.
thinks this is the permanent mark.
Yeah.
PE.
So we'll just have that on our end.
The what, Encom?
Doing the
Yeah.
company.
We'll figure that out, but the bottom line is that you'd be willing to go with some people to show us where you're talking about.
The only thing that through the woods, we're gonna have to do it walking, it's gonna take us probably like 2 hours.
So that's not, the path's not enough for a vehicle, or for
No,
a truck?
for the gravel, yes, the gravel is easy.
Part of it's gravel, under the power lines.
Well, it's like under the power lines, but it kind of have like another,
Have you ever,
Road.
you know those little gators, those like those little mini vehicle four-wheel drive vehicles?
yes,
Or ATVs? or-
that fits. Not in the woods, no, because there's a lot of
I think
roads.
it should be one,
Yeah.
but they can slowly. So, that's time.
Go through you.
I'll call you.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, you can be with me, so.
Oh, no,
So we're moving.
I'm going with you.
I have to be in court first thing tomorrow morning, so if this is gonna
It
happen.
probably takes more time. Not-
Yeah, I mean, we're full of resources with the water property. I'll just-
What if we go with 2 guys that knows motor and we go behind?
Well, we'll just, a perfect world, yes, but we'll figure the logistics out.
So when do you wanna do this? When?
As soon as we can.
Tomorrow, Saturday, tomorrow, Saturday.
Tomorrow's the
No, tomorrow's Friday.
Right,
Yeah, no.
tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, whatever.
Alright, Saturday I can't, tomorrow I'm in court first thing in the morning, which I can try to, get that quickly.
Yeah.
Which one?
No,
Okay.
I'll figure it out.
Okay.
well, then take care of it, I mean, if you want, go, and I can get out of there. Hopefully I'll be able to get out of there.
When you get there, just text me, I'll tell them, like, give you whatever date you want to get you done, it's easy.
Well, I don't have that much clothes, guys, I'm like with our home, with our.
Yeah, she's homeless, she has no
So what do you
clothes.
want to arrange that?
So, and I have this thing in the food that I cannot put a boot, so the
You might set something up.
Okay.
So, but I need another shoes, otherwise I don't have clothes, I can like.
I don't know, we can just bring her in, let her get what she wants for her, so.
Okay.
Right, good goals, already come.
Okay.
I can give you, that's another thing I have to ask, can I give you like a list because Nicole is sleeping on the.
They're gonna let you go in. If you don't care. They're gonna let you go in.
Oh, it's fine, okay.
Is this, can I take Nicole, or it's like a mess, like everything's
Maybe
like.
probably better not to think about it, but in case, talk to her about what she wants, and see if I, they'll say, if I can go and get you whatever you want, what would you get? And then
No,
if you
and
get
I
it
have all
for
the
her,
ski
if
equipment.
you get it for her, you
because
surprise her, that way we'll try and get it done for you. But I don't know her not.
Because if she goes and there is something, it's not gonna be a good sight.
Is the house like a mess, like upside down? Like,
They're pretty neat.
They just don't understand what they're saying. If there's something in there that is a surprise and it's terrible, and you don't want
Yeah,
to.
it is.
Okay, no, I'll go wherever it takes me.
And
The most important is take her ski equipment out of there because she's going to Argentina and she's training and competing.
Listen, they just told you, you can go and get it,
Yeah.
okay? So you're, it's very.
So I can plan ahead for those guys out there, I mean, what time frame would you be looking at? I just gotta make some calls, you know.
Yeah, it is something.
My only responsibility now is take Nicole to school. But I think you have the schedule. Does she have school tomorrow?
I don't know, I don't think I have.
Can I ask my mom?
Yeah, or no.
Well, if she has school, she starts at 8, so again, same, 6:40,
We'll have time after we finish the call.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
We have guys there, I just wanna keep that, we'll figure it out, give them the time when they're showing up, whatever, and talk to the state's attorney, this is good. You know, just build, just escort her through, whatever, get whatever she needs to get.
And then we'll find a day where we can all go for a little higher,
Is it gonna be tomorrow?
hopefully.
Well, my only thing is if we go on that.
If not,
It doesn't matter.
I mean, so I mean,
I'm just saying if we found something.
this takes some time.
But this part we can do in a car, because we're not gonna walk all this is gonna take forever.
I got some weight, so.
Yeah.
We're gonna know, I lost already 3 kilos. This we can do in a car, this is the part that we need.
Guys, they're still trying to get they want them information. They want Jennifer's body. And they think she might know. This is Shiraz, you brought this up. She wearing an ankle monitor? No. She's been off an ankle monitor and been out on a $3 million bond for a while now. Pretty much the whole time. So she's been out as a free person. So, nope, she's out as a free woman.
A moto or walk, because this is in between the trees, there's a log. I mean, this part we can do perfectly in car, this takes car maybe 5 minutes. Well, there's a part that we go, I think, yes, we can.
Let's set it up, don't worry.
We'll get it figured out.
Do you want to see if they want to do that?
Yeah, I can call, they're there, so holding the house, so they just
I
have
might be
to.
able to swing in by the way home to get the stuff she wants.
But I have to pick up Nicole at 5
We better get going. Where is she? It's Friday.
in the school.
We gotta go. You have it now.
Well, no, but we do.
No, what I'm saying, we gotta do that, let's do it.
So I'll call up there. and we'll-
But,
So we'll do it,
We'll coordinate.
yeah, we'll fix that, we'll do it
But I
today,
have
we'll do it
to-
tomorrow.
yes,
You're gonna pick her up, you're gonna be with her,
You know what?
spend the time tonight. Don't
Shiraz for $20. Saying eye-opening, yeah. Yup. Yes, thank you for the support, though. No, she posted 3 mil cash bond. Fotis posted their bonds initially. It was 3 mil a piece, and he posted cash. Straight cash homes like Randy Moss. Like the great Randy Moss. Straight cash, homie. And they were out on it, and then Fotis died. Because he committed suicide. So.
let, do that, be a mom tonight, tomorrow you drop her off to school, we'll figure the rest out.
Yeah.
right, because otherwise I'm gonna go to you. And I don't wanna, and in the house I'm not gonna go with you, is it okay?
You can go with the house.
But you guys are gonna ask me questions?
Nobody's gonna ask you anything, you're gonna get the stuff you want.
Get your stuff, aren't you? Isn't that what you want?
Get Nicole stuff, and I
Yeah.
mean, if I can make things for me, yes. Okay, thank
You won't call, you'll ask questions,
Okay.
we'll figure out what time.
But I have to get the suitcase, all the boots, so I'm gonna have to walk.
Yeah, and just keep in mind, you don't have to answer, like, we're not gonna be asking questions, we don't ever feel compelled that you have to answer, like, you Say quiet.
Yeah.
It is your right.
Tell us to be quiet.
Tell us, yeah.
Yeah.
If you want complete silence, we're not gonna say.
No, but
These are your rights.
if Andy's not there, they're not gonna talk to you tomorrow.
Look, we're not trying to do anything bad to you, we just want to find it in front of you.
And you're not representing, okay, my fingerprints and stuff
Not
like
like
that.
that, already does. Yeah.
You're done, you're helping us.
You're helping us, in which.
We're walking with you.
No, but I seen the movies that it's not like the typical setup.
No, there's no sense.
Have we treated you?
Have we in the room here done something different than what we told you ever? Other than when we took Fotis' second phone that first day? No, we treated you well. We're not lying to you, we want to find out.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, definitely. Take your space.
Yeah, go get her, so. And then Andy will talk to you tomorrow.
Okay,
You can go get us stuff, okay?
okay, thank you. Can I take this as mine?
Yeah, 13, 15, perfect.
So you stay with the
15,
35?
yeah. You want 15, yeah.
Detective Kimble, during the course of the interview, the defendant indicated to you that she and Mr. Dulos went to Starbucks on May 24, 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And were efforts made to investigate that and corroborate that?
yes,
And were you able to review surveillance footage from Starbucks from May 24, 2019?
yes,
And were the defendant and Mr. Dulos present in Starbucks?
yes, they were.
Would that have been before or after the trash was dumped?
That would have been after.
During the course of this interview, Pavel Gugliani's Toyota Tacoma was discussed. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Did the defendant ever indicate during this interview, June 6th, that that Toyota Tacoma was at 80 Mountain on May 24, 2019?
no, she did not.
Did you have occasion to interview the defendant again?
Yes,
What date?
August 13, 2019.
And between June 6, 2019 and August 13, 2019, did the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos continue?
Yes, it did.
And did you learn additional information?
Yes, we did.
Did you have an opportunity to review surveillance footage and Fotis Dulos' phone?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to receive additional DNA information?
yes,
She was asked to participate in another interview, is that right?
yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Judge.
Thank you. This is a natural break. We will resume at 3:30. Please do not discuss the case.
All right, this honorable superior court now standing in recess until 2:30.
All right, guys, we are just waiting for them. We're gonna, yeah, this is, this is just, yeah. I don't think anybody walked out there thinking she knew she's telling the truth there. Yeah, so. So yeah, let's see what we get here. Let's get to the end of this. This should be good cross. This attorney's been pretty good so far in cross-examination.
The counsel stipulate. I get it.
I have, Judge.
Attorney Sean.
Just John Shoren, getting ready to go. He's gonna put a foot to ass. Here we go.
Good afternoon, Detective, Officer Kimble, right? Westport Police?
Whatever you want to say, sir.
Officer
Good
Kimble,
afternoon,
I'm a
gentlemen.
cop. You idiots.
We've met before?
Yes,
We've spoken before?
yes.
I may,
They likely have been in
because
trial
we've gone
before
through the
against
last
each other.
couple of days, a lot of testimony. I may move around a bit, but I will try to keep in some semblance of order, so that'll be something that's easier to follow.
Okay.
So, getting back to your testimony, you were involved in interviewing Michelle on 3 separate occasions. Is that correct?
Yes,
The first was at the New Canaan Police Department on June 2nd, 2019, right?
correct.
The second was on June 6th, 2019, at the law office of Attorney Andrew Bowman in Westport, correct?
Correct.
And the third time was on August 13th, 2019, at State Police Headquarters Troop G, right? In Bridgeport.
Correct.
The quality of the video at the New Canaan Police Department on June 2nd, 2019 is not quite what it was when you were using your own equipment on June 6th. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
And although I'll get to it in a minute, there were actually on June 6th, 2 separate cameras recording from different angles. Is that right?
that is correct.
And then when I show you a clip, which we probably won't get to today, you will see a leg of a tripod closer to where you were sitting, and that would have been the so-called second camera. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
This first interview took place the night or the day after Michelle was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And that was an arrest for the charges relating to the what we see Mr. Dulos distributing trash in Albany Avenue in Hartford, correct?
Yes.
That's what she was under arrest for at that time, right?
Correct.
And you had prepared that warrant yourself, right?
Yes.
So you were involved in the investigation from almost from the very beginning, right?
Yes.
She was arrested at about 11 o'clock at night, right?
Yes, 11:15.
11:15 at night, in Avon at the Residence Inn.
Correct.
You weren't present for that, right?
That is correct, I was not.
There were other detectives who went to the Avon, Connecticut Residence Inn, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to answer yes or no.
Yes, yes.
And there were also uniformed state troopers who were there as well, correct?
Correct.
You were made aware that at the time that she was arrested, she was already in bed in pajamas, right?
I was not aware of that, no.
You were not aware of that, all right? But you were aware, you were at the New Canaan Police Department at the time she was actually placed under arrest, correct?
I don't know if I was at New Canaan at 11:15 p.m. I was there when she arrived on the 2nd.
All right, so that was maybe my next question. You were en route there at some point and got there before she was transported from Avon down to New Canaan, right?
Before she arrived in New Canaan, yes.
And just so that I'm clear, when you had applied for this warrant, you were at that time only accusing her of assisting Mr. Dulos with what happened in Hartford, right? The charges.
The charges were related to.
Right. And you didn't make the decision to have her brought from Avon down to New Canaan, did you? You didn't make that decision, did you?
No, no, it's not.
And it's many miles from Avon, Connecticut down to New Canaan, isn't it?
Yes.
It's at least an hour and a half to maybe 2 hours, right?
I don't know the approximate travel time, especially at night.
And she arrived at the New Canaan Police Station, however, sometime certainly after midnight, maybe closer to 1 a.m. Is that the best of your recollection?
That's my recollection is she arrived at 12:50 a.m. That's when I first saw her.
And I think your testimony was she had made arrangements then with her attorney to meet with you later on that day, right? Because it's early in the morning now, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, and she made arrangements when her lawyer could be there, right?
When she first arrived, she hadn't made those arrangements, but they were made subsequently. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm answering your questions.
Right.
That's all.
She called her attorney, right? You have the answer, yes or no?
Yes.
And the time that was set up was the time we see on the screen, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when it starts, right?
Yes.
When she was transported from Avon, you were aware that she was in the room with her, when she was arrested, she was in the room with her daughter, right?
I was not aware of that, no.
Well, did you have any input as to whether she should be arrested in front of her 12-year-old daughter or not?
Just going to object, Your Honor.
Well, grounds.
Assumes facts not in evidence. Hearsay.
Well, the question is, did you have any input into the decision of having Michelle Troconis arrested in front of her daughter? Well, he would have personal knowledge as to whether he had input. But the other objection is hearsay. If the other objection is hearsay, that's overruled.
I had no input on whether she was arrested in front of her daughter, no.
You were not you were the investigating officer as of that date, correct?
I don't think I was the lead investigator as of the 1st of June.
Okay. There was a sergeant that you were aware of who was up in Avon that day, correct? State Police Sergeant?
Yes.
All right. And when Miss Troconis arrived in New Canaan, she was in handcuffs, wasn't she?
Yes.
And you were made aware, and you were aware that she was brought to New Canaan because that's where the state's attorney, Colangelo, had said she should be brought, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've interviewed many people over the years as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you've actually received training in interrogation techniques, haven't you?
In an interview and interrogation technique.
And you've seen how people react when they're afraid, right?
Yes.
You've seen how sometimes people might be afraid, but they act calm, right?
Yes.
They sometimes are nervous, right?
I would expect them to be nervous at times, yeah.
Well, especially if it's a situation they're not used to, right?
That's a natural result, yeah.
unknown situations for a lot of people if they suddenly find themselves in police custody?
Well, what is the question?
All right. People react differently in your experience when they find themselves in police custody. Isn't that a fair statement?
Yes.
Once the interview started with Mr. Bowman present, right? Did you ever meet Attorney Bowman before?
Not before that day, no, sir.
Had you had any of the other officers in New Canaan who were there met him before?
I don't know.
Were you aware that he had been a lawyer for approximately 50 years?
No, I was not.
You didn't know that?
No.
Because I was going to ask, did you know that we were probably in high school younger when he was already practicing law, but you don't know the answer to that, right?
That's correct, I do not.
At the beginning of the recorded interview, we see you reading a form that had what we are commonly known as the Miranda rights, correct?
The notice and waiver of rights, correct.
You say, first you did the notice, right?
Correct.
Then there's a part that you refer to as the waiver, correct?
Correct.
Now, we've learned since then that that form that she signed has disappeared or is not located, correct?
That is correct.
But in any event, the whole time.
Wait, we
she
don't
used-
have, we don't have that? Not even a copy of it? I mean, they talked about it, so it's not like we're making it up, but that's not good.
We can see her at least signing some piece of paper, is that right?
Yes.
And her lawyer was there when that was being done.
Yes, he was.
You were not offering Ms. Troconis any kind of promises at that point, right?
No.
You didn't offer immunity.
No.
You didn't offer some kind of proffer agreement, meaning where whatever she says would not be used against her.
I don't have the authority to do that, so no.
Well, if nobody gave you that authority in any event, right?
Correct.
You were in consult with Mr. Colangelo that evening, were you not?
Yes.
In that afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And this was a weekend, right? This the
Yes,
second?
Saturday, the 1st, correct.
And at no time during the interview did Ms. Troconis say that she did not want to continue talking with you, did she?
No.
She kept going, right? That is, she kept talking to you, right?
This is the 232. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, and until that interview completed and concluded that Saturday, about 2.5 hours later, right?
Yes.
She told you on that first occasion that she had had nothing to eat since a slice of pizza before her arrest, right?
She didn't tell me that. I was unaware of that. She said that while I was out of the room.
She said it to Detective Clabby.
Yes.
All right, so let's be clear. You were there, Detective Clabby was there, right?
I was not in the room, but I was in the building.
Did Detective Clabby mention to you that she had had nothing to eat since before her arrest on the evening of June 1st?
He did not know.
You were also aware, because I think Detective Clabby says it in that first interview, that the night before that, she had been taken up to Litchfield for fingerprinting and things like that, right?
Yes.
You remember Detective Clabby saying the part about Dulos was glaring at her, sort of boring a hole through her. Remember he said that to her?
Yes.
Now you were, and I think he said, that is Detective Clabby said that during that time, Michelle had her head between her knees and wasn't even seeing what Dulos was doing, right?
Yes.
Is that why the two of you at that point expressed concern for her safety?
Part of it, yes.
As part of your technique in investigation, let me just be clear, in your training, are you allowed to feign concern if you wish? You know what I mean by that?
I do. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Are you allowed to lie to people who are being interrogated? If they're adults?
Presented deception, yes.
And I think yesterday, when you were asked a similar question by Mr. McGinnis, you said I think you used the term ruse. Is that correct?
Ruse?
A ruse. You can create a ruse, like a fake scenario.
I don't remember saying that, but.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember saying that.
Do you remember Mr. McGinnis asked you about, and I'll get to a more specific place, but he asked about whether you told Michelle something that wasn't true, but the goal would be to use some kind of a false statement to try and elicit a response.
Yes.
And you're allowed to do that, right? I mean, there's nothing, nobody's told you can't do that, right?
No.
At the beginning of that first interview, we hear Ms. Troconis asked you if you speak Spanish. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And you had mentioned that, that the rights were available in Spanish. Is that right?
That is correct.
Including the waiver of rights, correct?
Yes,
But
correct.
even though you don't have it, you had her sign the English version, correct?
She indicated she spoke English.
Well, my question is the side that you had her sign the English version or the Spanish version?
The side she signed was English.
Okay. And she did say she spoke English,
She
right?
did.
And you agree, though, there were certain words she didn't know at various points, as we just observed?
Yes.
And she also told you that, also right at the beginning, that there are some things she doesn't understand, right?
Yes.
And in fact, we see a few times where she can't come up with the word in English. She said things like, how do you say, or what's it called, things like that, right?
Yes.
But you were able to have a conversation with her, though, correct?
Yes. In English.
And I think at one point, didn't she say that she was in shock? Didn't she tell you that?
Yes.
And from your experience, even educated people can be in shock, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Educated people can be scared.
Yes.
And educated people can be under stress.
Yes.
And educated people can be confused.
Yes.
At the time you were questioning Mr. Troconis on June 2nd, you had a lot of information that she did not have, right? About the case.
Objection vague.
All right, about the case.
Objection vague.
Well, the question is somewhat.
I'll withdraw, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. You had already been, by June 2nd, you had been to the Wells Lane house in New Canaan, right?
Yes.
You had consulted with the other New Canaan police officers who had been on the scene, right?
Yes.
There had already been some collection of evidence and photographs taken by evidentiary service personnel, correct?
Yes.
And that also had included photography and videos by the state police evidentiary services unit of the Western District Major Crime Squad, correct?
Yes.
And you were part of that unit. When I say the unit, I mean the
Western
the
District.
squad.
Correct. Yes.
And by June 2nd, you also had obtained a number of videos from surveillance cameras, right?
A number, yes. Some.
And you had Mr. Dulos's cell phone, correct?
Yes.
It had been, in fact, seized from him when he went down to the New Canaan Police Department on May 25th. That is the next day, right?
Correct.
And you were aware, just because all these names are being bandied about, when Ms. Troconis referred to Jacob, that was one of his divorce lawyers, Jacob Pytranker, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that Mr. Pytranker was with Mr. Dulos at the New Canaan Police Department on that May 25th, right?
Yes.
And then we've heard some other names like Gene. Were you familiar with an attorney named Eugene Riccio?
Yes.
And were you aware that Mr. Dulos had retained Mr. Riccio by then, as of June 2nd?
As of June 2nd. I don't know. I don't know.
All right. You had heard the name Mike Rose mentioned multiple times in these videos. You were aware that attorney Mike Rose was the guardian for the children in the divorce case, right? Withdrawn. I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, that's me.
Yes, that's a mistake. That Mike Rose was in fact one of Mr. Dulos's divorce lawyers, correct?
I knew he was an attorney. I didn't know what type.
But you knew he was representing Mr. Dulos at that point, right?
I didn't know he was representing Mr. Dulos. I knew he would have been in touch with Mike Rose, who was an attorney.
You had also interviewed a number of people connected to the Farber family, correct?
Yes.
So you had learned, and you talked to, or someone from your unit had talked to Lauren Almeida, the babysitter / nanny, right?
Yes.
You had garnered a lot of information about what kind of person Mr. Dulos was, at least seemed to be from those interviews, correct?
Correct.
And you conveyed a lot of that to Mr. Troconis on both the June 2nd and the June 6th interrogation dates, correct?
During our interviews, yes.
Now, when you said things such as that Dulos was a liar, he was a manipulator, he used people, were those just techniques to a ruse, or were those things that those other individuals had actually said to you, and therefore you were sharing information that you had actually garnered?
Those were things that we had heard about Mr. Dulos. That was actual information we were sharing.
She can try.
You had learned that he at least appeared to be successful, right?
People aren't just like making up.
Living in a
crying about
15,000 square foot home, right?
10,000, yes.
But if you look online, it says 15,000 if you include the office and the finished lower
Just looked
level.
online, but that's all right. We'll Whatever you say.
All right. In any event,
Large
it was,
house.
at the time, you'd never been to that house, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did you go to that house?
Yes,
So you know it's pretty massive, right?
yes.
So I've already asked other people, so I don't need to go through with you, but you know, you agreed it has something like 8 bedrooms,
Yeah, yes.
But
6 or more baths,
Sounds
we're
right.
gonna fight over the house,
tiled
guys.
chandeliers, the
You're not
whole
getting
works,
anywhere,
right?
Bernie.
Yes.
You brought up at one point in this, I'm just going to jump quickly to the second interview about the kind of finances, how Michelle's finances sort of interacted, if you will, with Fotis Dulos' finances. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
And in fact, Michelle said that except for a household credit card for buying food and stuff, she paid for her daughter in her own way, except maybe for certain plane tickets when they went on vacation. Isn't that what she said?
groceries and gas, I believe, is what she said she paid with that ticket, that credit card, but yes,
And you either confirmed that or found nothing to dispute that, right?
correct.
Now, I want to ask you about something that was said at one point on June 2nd after the rights were read, and I'm going to ask Bob, if you go to minute 11, I think we have the monitors on, please. This is of the June 2nd interview. Oh, I don't know.
I know it's been a rough week, but they don't really understand or know about what we do. So
We've seen you at some of your worst moments. We see the humanity in you, and we want people to know that it's there. There are probably people somewhere out there.
I saw it the other night and you were having a hard time. Remember when we were doing the prints? I can see it, so.
And we understand that you could be, I don't know what happened to you. I don't know how I was treating you. I don't know what happened to you. I told you. I know it's been in the last week, there's been a significant change in your lifestyle. And there may be a downward trajectory for you. So you look shell shocked in front of me yesterday because we were saying you're sick. You look like,
What? I'm shocked.
and you're shocked. Right. And that's understandable. We understand that.
All right. So she actually, you used the term shell-shocked, and she said she wasn't shocked, right?
Yes,
And that just goes to, like I said, that was something that you might find a number of people, that's the reaction if they find themselves under arrest, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that for many people, being arrested is a shocking experience.
yes.
Now, one of the things that you had learned besides the financial situation that Mr. Dulos was in was that he surrounded himself by well-off and successful people, right?
We had heard that, yes.
And you talked to some of those people, didn't you? You had interviewed some of them, right?
Me personally, no, but yes, they were spoken to.
The other members of the unit.
Correct. That's
Now,
the police.
now, because we've heard from many state police officials and officers and New Canaan police, there were a large number of detectives and officers assigned to this case, wasn't there? Especially in the earlier days.
That worked the case, yes.
Worked the case. Fair to say at least 50 to 100, if you count the uniformed patrol officers that were involved, the troopers?
Fair to say, yes.
And those people who knew Fotis Dulos that you talked to could not believe that he'd even be involved in this. Isn't that correct?
Just object, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
After you first met Michelle Troconis in the middle of the night, you saw her at the station when she went to, and then she was allowed to call the lawyer, right?
Yes, yes,
Then you said you went home because you were tired and needed some rest, right?
yes.
But Michelle Troconis couldn't go home, could she?
No, she was in custody.
She was in custody and she was, at that point at least, denied bail, right?
Yes,
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes.
Well, because the court knows the legal procedure, the question denied bail is a
All right,
mischaracterization.
I'll rephrase. She was not allowed to post bail, was she?
until arraignment, no.
I'm going to ask now, do you recall when you asked her to sort of convey what her day was like, to recount her day, that she then responded by using terms like what my normal day was? Remember that?
During the first interview?
Right.
During
And
this-
I'm going to ask Bob, if you go to, I think it's like minute 12, 12:40, 12:40. Or make it 12:30, actually.
Usually I have an alarm set for 6:40 every day, on Thursdays, because Nicole goes to school on Thursdays, she gets in at 9 instead of 8. So from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Fridays, my alarm is always mine, and Nicole's alarm is always set at 6:40.
Okay, you live at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Okay, with Fotis and with Nicole?
Nicole,
Okay.
yes.
And Nicole is what?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So my normal day, the alarm sounds, usually I'm in my room, she's in her room. She wakes up, she's very dependent, she wakes up, I hear the shower turning on. That day, I slept with her because on Thursday to Friday, it was raining, there was thunderstorms. So she called me at 12:59, when she's scared, and then have the phone next to my bed. She called me, I answered, she said, I'm scared, and obviously, I mean, when she says that, I hang up and I go, and leave my phone and I go to her room. So I did that. So obviously I woke up and I was with her in her bed. And
So first of all, let me just break that down a bit.
Judge, just for the record, he paused it at 13:43.
Thank you.
That's fine. I didn't realize the screen would go off before the pause, but that's okay. Next time, if we leave it up just for the pause, it'll be easier for me to say that. Because I don't have my own screen, I'm sorry. So a lot of what Ms. Troconis was telling you at this point had to do with her usual day, what she did on a regular basis, correct?
Yes, correct.
Often when she spoke, she used the present tense in her conversation with you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That turned out to be true, even if she was talking about something in the past, correct?
Yes.
You understood that might have something to do with her not being a native English speaker, right?
Yes.
She told you that she got a call right before 1 a.m. from her 12-year-old daughter because she was scared about thunderstorms, right?
Yes.
And that it had been raining, right?
Yes.
You said in answers to Mr. McGinnis's questions yesterday that you checked on some app like Weather Underground or something, that there were no storms in that area. Isn't that right?
I checked on Weather Underground and timeanddate.com, and there was minimal precipitation. Not none, but only less than half an inch.
And that was at Brainerd Airport, isn't that
That
right?
was at Brainerd Airport, correct.
Right. I'm going to offer Defense Exhibit K. Yeah.
I have no objection to K.
Defense K admitted as a full exhibit.
I just have a moment to use my. Yeah. Would you call up the map, please? That's on there. Now, do you recognize this from the Weather Service being the the early morning hours of May 24th, 2019 at 12:56 a.m.? Could you zoom in a little on the center, please?
Judge, if I may, I just want to indicate, is Attorney Schoenhauer indicating this came from one of these sites, or is he indicating it came from Weather US, which is what it shows?
Yes, from weather.us.
Thank you.
Right. Do you recognize the area of blue and aqua in the center of the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what's the time indicated on this image?
It's cut off on my screen. It's down at the bottom.
If you look behind you,
Oh,
I think
okay.
you might be able to read it.
12:56 a.m. on May 24th, 2019.
All right. So is it at least conceivable, Officer Kimble, that the sources that you looked at were not actually looking at the Farmington, West Hartford area at that moment?
Yes, it's conceivable.
And I also just want to be clear, do you agree, if you look at this map, that this is the location where Fort Jefferson Crossing is? That blue area in the center there, it would include Fort Jefferson Crossing.
It doesn't include it. It's very close to. I'm not sure. I'm not that familiar with the road, so it's definitely either on top of or close to Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Then I have to ask you a different question. Now, as part of the investigation, and as we listen to the questioning, there's a lot of talk about the pond, the ski pond, right?
Yes.
And you're aware, so that everybody here is aware, that the ski pond was basically down the mountain. The house was on top of Avon Mountain, correct?
Yes.
And on both sides of Avon Mountain, there's roads that go up and up, but they're quite steep, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I don't know if you've ever had to cover that as a trooper, but you know that there have been very serious accidents going down the both sides of that mountain,
Yes,
right?
more than.
Including multiple fatalities, trucks running out of control, lots of injuries over the years, correct?
Yes.
So you were aware that the pond was sort of part of the Farmington River Valley, which was just below Avon Mountain, correct?
When you say just below, can you give me a cardinal southwest?
Sure. That if you wanted to get to that pond, there was only one road, by the way, to get from Avon to Farmington, one main road. That would be Route 4, correct?
4, okay. Yes.
So if you wanted to get to this pond, you either had to take Route 4 or you had to take Route 44, the Albany Avenue, right? Unless you take some back roads.
Yes.
And do you agree that the pond was located in the valley below Avon Mountain between Route 4 and Route 44?
Yes.
In fact, I don't know if
Not familiar.
people that are from down here, but it's very close to the private school, Avon Old Farm School. You're familiar with that facility?
Yes.
Private boarding school for boys.
Yes.
Okay, so it's close to there, right?
Yes.
And as part of your investigation, you knew that other officers spoke to the owner of the pond, a man by the name of Robert Haynes, correct?
Hutch Haynes, yes.
And Hutch was
Hutch was his nickname. Yes.
And that you knew he owned the Avon storage lockers that we hear talked about in the videos, right?
Yes.
He also owned the area where the pond was, right?
That's correct, yes.
One of the things that was collected from Mr. Haynes was the surveillance cameras from the area, from his storage locker area and the pond area, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever review those videos?
I did not personally know.
All right, I'm going to ask that in the same exhibit, if we could play the video at, move it forward to about 12:45 a.m. Can you tell us what you observed?
It appears to be rain falling.
Severely heavy rain?
Yeah, yes.
If we could just move it forward 3 or 4 minutes so we don't have to watch this exciting video. Just 3 minutes, just maybe before 1 though. Go back a little bit further, please, right there. So at 12:54, it's still raining quite hard, is that right?
Rain, I don't see any lightning, but yes, I do see rain.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Schumer, can you just indicate for the record what you played?
Yes, that is a section of the surveillance video from the Avon storage locker units on Old Farms Road in Avon, Connecticut.
And which exhibit number is that, please? Oh, a letter.
The same exhibit.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
When you said to Michelle point blank, we checked, there were no storms that night, were you trying to deceive her by saying that?
I believe I said there was very little precipitation, but no, it was not an attempt at deception. It was a bona fide belief of mine at the time.
But she was telling you that there was a storm and her daughter called her and she went up to her daughter's room, right?
Yes.
You're telling her that you didn't believe her when she told you that, right?
I told her that there was little to no precipitation. Yes.
In hindsight, was that accurate?
Not according to the video I just saw.
So as far as you know now, she was telling you the truth, right?
As far as I know, yes.
When we're talking about the beginning of that June 2nd, 2019 interview, and I don't want to play a lot of clips if we recall it. If not, then we'll play it. But you remember either you or Detective Clabby were telling Michelle that she, from what you knew, she was a good mom, right?
Yes.
and that the media had been tough on her, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that there was a lot of tabloid media with pictures of Michelle Troconis even before she was arrested?
Mm-hmm.
I don't pay much attention to the media, but I'm aware that there was some coverage of it, yes.
It included her daughter too, didn't it?
I don't
Pictures
know.
of her daughter.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Well, the question really is, do you know whether it included pictures of her daughter?
Yeah.
No, I do not.
Between the by the way, when Michelle was telling you about her day of May 24th, one of the things she told you is that she took her daughter to school around 8:15, 8:20 in the morning. Is that right?
I think she left 7:30, 7:35.
But you confirmed the fact that she arrived at the school and brought her daughter there, right?
Yes.
Her daughter's school was maybe 15, 20 minutes away from Fort Jefferson Crossing, approximately?
Approximately, yes.
And that was something you were able to confirm?
Yes.
She also told you that she had returned a purse to Mr. Haynes that his wife had left at her house, right?
Yes.
At the Dulos house.
Yes.
She told you that they were over for dinner that previous night, May 23rd, correct?
Yes.
And that's when Miss Haynes forgot, Erin Haynes forgot her purse, right?
Yes.
She told she got a text. She got a text from Erin Haynes saying, you know, I left my purse there, right?
Yes.
And I believe we heard Michelle say she would bring it because it was on her way to the Stop and Shop, right?
Yes.
You confirmed the fact that she did that, correct?
Subject calls for hearsay, Judge.
Well,
I mean,
the question is,
no.
essentially, did you confirm that Michelle Troconis did a certain or engaged in a certain activity? Did you verify that, if the court understands the question?
Yes.
Overruled.
I personally did not. I am unsure as to whether someone else specifically verified the Erin Haynes, but we know that she went to Stop and Shop.
Okay. And you confirmed that you actually verified that you obtained videos from the Stop and Shop store showing her going in, right?
Yes. Yes.
And shopping and paying for items at the cash register, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say that you checked out almost every angle you could in your investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, whatever was available, right?
Yes.
You met again with Michelle Troconis, as you indicated, 4 days later, is that right?
Yes.
And there, she was still staying, she said she was still staying at the Avon Residence Inn, right?
Yes.
And that's because she had been not allowed back into her house, right?
That's correct.
In fact, at the end of the second interview, you hear her ask, she needs clothes, she doesn't even have a pair of shoes that she can change into, right?
Yes.
Her daughter doesn't have any clothes for school, right?
Yes.
And she was asking permission to be able to go get some clothes for herself and her daughter, right?
Yes.
And I believe it was this, we can't see him, but the state's attorney, Richard Colangelo, was in the room at that time, wasn't he?
Yes.
He's the one who said he gave the permission to do that. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm not sure you were asked that specific question, but there was a man with glasses halfway through the June 6th interview who walked in. Was that Richard Colangelo himself?
Yes.
And he sat off screen to the left of the camera, is that right?
Somewhere off to the left, yes, I'm not sure.
And we hear a female voice as well, but we don't see, that would be Officer Allison
Peters,
who was a detective at that time as well with the state police.
Yes.
You did not speak with Michelle Troconis in between June 2nd and June 6th, did you?
I did not. I did not know.
You continued to conduct investigations during that time?
Yes.
Continued to gather additional information?
Yes.
Sent additional items to the state lab to be examined, is that right?
Yes.
talk to more people.
Yes.
In the interim, the house for Jefferson Crossing was being searched. Is that right?
Just object, Your Honor. Vague.
Well,
Between June 2nd and June 6th was the house being searched and the property being searched.
There was a search which was conducted on at least one of those days.
There were also dogs that were brought onto the canines to search the property as well, right?
Yes.
Those were not in conjunction with the evidentiary services unit, right? It's a different day, right?
Can you ask that a different way? I'm not sure I understand.
On June 3rd, the evidentiary services unit of the Western District Major Crime Squad was at 4 Jefferson Crossing, right?
Yes.
They were there all day.
Yes.
On a different day, before June 6th,
gonna
there were
have to do
police
that.
dogs of the state police searching the property as well, right?
The canine unit searched. I'm unaware of exactly what day the canine, but the canine unit is separate from our van.
It was, however,
And they turned up nothing.
done while the house remained under police control, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, you were aware that, as she indicated in the video, that Michelle was staying at the hotel, right?
Yes.
She talks about her mom as well, right?
Yes.
Was her mom there when you were interviewing her on June 6th? Was she out in the hallway?
Her mother is seated in the hallway, yes.
At one point when the door opens, we see a woman sitting in a waiting area. Was that Miss Troconis' mom?
I believe it was, yes.
Were you introduced to her as the mom?
I don't remember being so.
Okay. But there was another woman, a little bit older than Michelle Troconis, sitting in the waiting area.
Well navigated, yes.
Now, at one point, we hear Mr. Bowman talk about how Ms. Troconis used her phone to pinpoint her whereabouts. Do you remember hearing him say that to you?
So pinpoint her whereabouts.
Go ahead.
My understanding was she referenced her phone to determine what she was doing around the general time of a phone call or a text.
Okay.
So
well, that's
whereabouts as far as like physical whereabouts?
Oh, no, time frames.
Okay. Yes, I will agree with that.
All right. And she didn't have her phone on either June 2nd or June 6th, did she?
No, she did not.
The phone had been seized on May 31st, correct?
Yes.
By the state police.
Yes.
By the way, I just want to, before I move away from May 31st, to your knowledge, the first encounter that Michelle Troconis had with the state police was on that evening of May 31st. Correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Detective Clabby was in Litchfield when Ms. Troconis was escorted up there, correct?
Yes.
She was not under arrest at that point, right?
Correct.
That was on the evening of May 31st, right?
Yes.
Ms. Troconis was up there because that's where the state police decided that they would do her fingerprints, right?
Correct.
They would take a DNA swab from her cheek, right?
Correct.
And they'd also take, I think you referred to it as full body photographs. Is that right?
Yes.
That means she was required to take off all her clothes except for her thong underwear. Is that right?
And perhaps her brassiere, I'm not sure.
And everything else.
Down to underwear, yes.
Right. And then a female police officer was brought in to take those pictures, right?
That's correct.
And those pictures were of all parts of her body except for what the thong underwear and bra covered, right?
Correct, yes.
On that first interview on June 2nd, there was a fair amount of discussion about the cars and the location where those cars were parked. Is that right?
Yes.
By the way, on that, you were shown yesterday and today the written documents, exhibits 74 and 75, and I just want to go over that with you for a minute. You did not have those documents on June 2nd, 2019, did you?
Correct, that is correct.
They were found in the house by the evidentiary services team and the van team, whatever their crime van team?
Crime van.
Okay, on June 3rd, right?
Yes.
On June 2nd, Michelle told you that she was listening in on a phone call when Jacob Pytranker was telling Fotis Dulos that he needed to create a timeline. Is that right?
For Wednesday, the 22nd.
Yes. Right. Well, we'll get to that. I understand that it was then Mr. Dulos who, according to the video, told Michelle she also had to do one for Friday. That's what the video shows, right?
Correct.
But we're talking now about Wednesday, and that, according to the testimony and the video, was the first time that Michelle Troconis even found out that Fotis had been at his wife's home that Wednesday, the 22nd, right?
Yes.
In fact, she indicated she was a little annoyed about that he hid that from her.
Yes.
The document that you did have for, and I just want this clarified now, of the timeline was a photocopy that Michelle identified as being her document, right?
Yes.
The original, which you held up, which had the purple line on it, she said that was not her handwriting, correct?
That's correct.
She also told you that she did not prepare that document, correct?
That's correct.
She thought it looked like Fotis Dulos' handwriting. Right?
Yes.
But she hadn't seen it before.
Yes, that's correct.
There's also, I need some clarification. She told you that Fotis made a photocopy of her written timelines, correct?
Honestly, I don't remember who she said made the copy.
Well, we can get to it, but if I show you I'd have to play it. I have a transcript, but if I indicate to you that she did say that it was Fotis made the photocopy, that doesn't conflict with what you believe, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, fair enough. It's not important enough to me to look for it right now and take up time. So in any event, after Michelle was taken up to Litchfield on May 31st, now it was in the evening, she was told she couldn't go home, right?
Correct.
That was still true, I think we just got to, was still true through June 6th, correct?
Correct.
Until Mr. Colangelo said the next day he gave permission, she can get some things out of it.
Correct.
When Ms. Troconis told you that she gave the original of the Exhibit 75 to her attorney, you didn't know if that was true at that moment, correct?
No, we didn't.
Until when Mr. Bowman said, yes, she gave it to me, and he sort of held something up as we see in the video, did you believe it then?
To clarify, I'm not sure what she gave Attorney Bowman was the same document that she had prepared and was then photocopied, which we found. She had prepared a timeline, which she had presented to Attorney Bowman.
Well, the two photocopies that were in Ms. Troconis' handwriting, one was a list of incoming and outgoing phone calls, right?
Yes.
In her handwriting.
She identified it as her handwriting.
And it appeared, I believe she said, but did it appear that she had needed to use her phone to document that item?
Yes.
At the time, did you know who was with her when she wrote it?
I'm sorry, can we get a time frame? I'm confused by the question. At the time.
Yeah.
Do you know when she was writing that document, who was with her when she wrote it?
I don't know when she wrote it, so I don't know who was with her at that time.
Okay. He must know who was with her when she wrote this. I don't like okay. He might know who was with her when she wrote this, but I don't know if I like that question. Yeah, did he tongue click? Yes. Yeah, he was doing a good job so far of like showing like all the little contradictions and things he might not have gotten right, but this, I don't know. Unless he knows the answer to this, I'm a little concerned.
At one point, just so that we're clear, she did say in the video, in the second video, that Fotis told her to write down everything, correct?
Yes.
And didn't Attorney Bowman, in that first interview, say to you that Michelle relies on her phone for specific times? Isn't that what he said? By the way, if you knew a document was being prepared for a lawyer, you wouldn't take that document, would you?
No.
I was going to object, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, Mr. Bowman indicated to you, if you recall yesterday, that, I think he said that, I want you to understand this is not rehearsed. Any attorney would go over everything together. It's common for attorneys to go over everything in detail. Do you remember that being said yesterday? That you don't disagree with that statement, do you?
Just going to object, Your Honor, relevance as to whether he disagrees.
Well, as far as relevance, the question is, do you disagree with the statement that essentially a competent attorney would try to review with his client a chronology? Well, really the objection really is foundation.
It's speculation,
The court
right?
is going to sustain the objection.
Well, yeah, there's a foundation issue, but it's also speculative. He doesn't know what an attorney's going to do. He's
By
not
the way,
an attorney.
could Michelle have stopped answering questions at any time?
Yes.
Could her lawyer, if the lawyer had said, we're stopping, we're not going any further, would you have then stopped asking questions?
Yes.
That never happened, did it?
Correct.
It did, and she never asked to stop, did she?
Correct.
Even after, did Detective Clabby mention that at one point she said she felt dizzy
Which interview are we talking?
in the first interview?
Interview, first interview. I don't remember that occasion.
Well, he's asking because it's probably true.
By the way, at the time that Mr. Troconis was arrested and brought to the New Canaan Police Station at, what time was it? Approximately
12:50 a.m. is when I saw her.
12:50
For the
a.m.
first time on the second.
Mr. Dulos was arrested at the same time, wasn't he?
Yes.
He was brought in a separate police car to the New Canaan Police Department, right?
Yes.
There's some discussion about keeping her separate from Mr. Dulos. Was that at your suggestion?
I don't think it was at my suggestion.
When you told Ms. Troconis that Fotis Dulos had not cooperated with the New Canaan Police Department, she seemed surprised, didn't she?
Again, I'm sorry, the first interview we're talking?
Yes.
Yes, I believe she did.
She had indicated to you that Mr. Dulos had told her he went down with Jacob Pytranker to speak with the New Canaan Police. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Were you at the New Canaan Police Station on May 25th when Mr. Dulos came in with his lawyer?
Yes, I was.
But you were not downstairs in the foyer when Mr. Dulos and Mr. Pytranker came in, right?
That's correct.
So you were not a witness to whatever the interaction was with the New Canaan police officers that were there, right?
Trooper Chris Allegro and Officer Tom Patton, but I was not a witness. No.
Okay. By the way, I just want to be clear, I'm going back a little bit here, but when Ms. Troconis asked you if you spoke Spanish, what was your answer?
No, but I don't know of any other attributes my answer.
Did Detective
no, I
Clabby, to
don't.
your knowledge, speak Spanish?
Detective Clabby has a Spanish wife. I don't know if he speaks Spanish.
Okay. Which is like Hispanic wife, you mean? Is that what, you mean she's from Spain?
She
or
is,
from,
yes.
From
My-
Spain?
my fault, yes.
Okay. And I also note, and I don't know if the jury knows it, but there were times when she answered in Spanish words. She would say, sí, bueno, pero, right?
Yes.
Do you know what any of those words mean?
Bueno is well. At least that's what it was translated to me.
Mhm.
Sí, I believe, is yes.
How about pero?
Pero, I don't know pero.
I mean, I get where he's going with this Spanish stuff, but I mean, at some point, he's gonna
Let me just ask you then some
go ahead
some
and
questions now about some of the.
they could have got somebody to interpret.
Judge, I was going to go into a different area. I don't know if this might be I could
A natural
squeeze out
stopping
another
point.
5 minutes, but
Probably a natural stopping point.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude today's proceeding. Please, as always, avoid any media coverage about the case and do not discuss with anyone any of the evidence in the case or anything about the case. We plan to resume on Monday morning at 10 o'clock. Have a safe weekend.
Well, huh. There goes that. So, yeah, the detective's Spanish-speaking wife. He knows all the curse words. Yeah. So, the thing that helps here, I mean, her attorney's doing a good job pointing out that, yeah, she did say some things, and it does sound like she was trying to help. I mean, he's got to work with what he's got. It's going to help that this detective's going to be stuck on cross, and he's been up there all weekend, literally. Like, he's not allowed to talk to anyone, so the prosecutors can't talk to him. He can't, like, speak to anyone. So he's going to be forced to go in there and kind of, like, he's at Schoenhorn's mercy. So there might be some fireworks tomorrow when we pick back up, too, and follow along. Like, this, there might be something good here. There might be something good here. This might actually bear some fruit for Michelle. Now that she's got a good attorney, I think he's actually doing a pretty good job here. That's been doing so from the start. So, yeah, let's just keep our eyes peeled on this. But I think it was pretty good overall. That wasn't a bad cross. It's not going to be. It's got a lot of positives to it, and thank God she's got an attorney who knows what he's doing. Because if it was this other guy, he'd be like, the other guy would have been trying to talk to her the whole time. Like, are you sure you don't want to give up right now? You could just take the plea. I still can't believe that other attorney. Holy cow, that guy was awful. That guy was just garbage the way he did it. I mean, it was just awful. Just awful. Show us a scarf I'm working on? No, I am working on... This is a secret project. You'll find out what it is later. So, the other attorney made a massive mess. Massive mess. Charlie 18 says, "Grats to Skippy for coming out. Hope Sean makes $1 million." Well, thank you, Charlie. Thank you. So it's going to be very interesting what's going on for Michelle. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, yeah, those interviews were not helpful at all to her. I just have a lot more subs. Yeah, she didn't do well in those interviews. She looks like she's making shit up because she can't really give a straight answer. She can't give a straight answer as to what happened. And I don't know if she's dumb enough that she just went along with this and now she's burned, or she really was in on it and kept her mouth shut. It's hard to say. But it's not looking good for her. Her attorney's making the best of it, and maybe it'll be enough. Yeah, Carrie says, yeah, right. Deserve ain't got nothing to do with it. Ultimately. So, all right, guys. Well, it's been a really long day. And, yeah, we'll pick back up on this tomorrow. And we'll see where we're going from there. So, I will see you guys tomorrow. Probably won't get started till the afternoon. But I'll try to give you guys a bit of a notice there. Carrie, she didn't give a straight answer to a couple things. I mean, she wouldn't even say, she wouldn't finally admit, oh, I need my phone to know timelines. She can't, she's using the excuse about having the phone. Oh no, I need my telephone. I don't know when the time starts and ends. You don't have to have an exact, they said, we don't need an exact to the second date. She's like, but I need the phone. It just does not make her look credible, does not make her look believable. And that's just the way people on a jury are going to look at it. So it's the way the prosecutor looked at it. She couldn't give a straight fucking answer. So, but maybe if she's too dumb to do that, that's her problem. So, yeah, Murdaugh's in the morning, guys. I am not going to be able to do it. I've got court in the morning and other things, so I am not available. but there will be people covering it. So just find somebody who's doing it, and you guys will be having fun. So yeah, Vice is covering it good. Yeah, Jeff will be on. I know a lot of people are covering it. So Carrie said she gave a ton of straight answers. Yeah, she also gave a ton of bullshit ones. And the bullshit ones are the important ones because the straight answers were the easy stuff. But yeah, everybody's covering Murdaugh. It will be a fun. I don't know. I think it's going to be a lot more boring than what we think just because of the way Judge Tranma is covering it and governing it, which I think is bullshit. She's making it a lot less fun than should be and effective. So we'll see. We'll see. Guys, but that is it for tonight. And I will see you around. Remember, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Good night, everybody.